Cheesy puffs.
All right,
You will have to
welcome.
suffer a lot of chewing.
If you're joining us, really appreciate that. For the Wayward ones here, switching off the overlay and everything. See what happens. Press before everyone. Session takes priority. We're all here, ready to go for our session 30. So, everyone, pop!
Hey!
Yeah, super exciting.
Jazz hands.
Jazz hands. Get very pumped. Okay. So where are we at currently? We are in Thixia. We didn't really know that we were there. And we had kind of strewn upon on the outskirts, the outskirts of it, right? And towards the bank of the river, the Farron River. We're heading in the direction of the heart of Thixia, known as Siltoric. And so we're headed there. Now, you all kind of reached a point where you're getting fatigued, right? So we kind of had, let's go ahead and take a break. Let's go ahead and find some shelter. Let's get kind of held down. So that's where we ended it, with you all kind of finding yourselves in some of the rubble and some of the escape, and then began to take rest. Now I prompted, I said, do you want to do like a short rest or do you want to do a long rest? And if it was the consensus was it was a long rest, right? Kind of making sure that we weren't going to succumb to any further exhaustion, fatigue, and taking our time here, getting down, and then proceeding forward after we all have taken our time. Now, potion wise, we can retcon right from Paxina's, and variety wise of the potions here. You actually have a decent amount of variety in terms of what Paxina actually was able to make. So they have normal potions, right? Just like kind of regular. They have greater and they have superior. So they do have the 3 different tiers. Now, obviously, there's not a whole lot of superior potions. There's only 2 of those. And then there's 4 graders and then 2 dozen worth of normals. So you can have your pick of how many you're going to take. Make it, I would say, realistic because they are like glass vials. So take 2 crates of
12 for 2.
12 for 24. Or sorry, 2 for 24. I had my mind. Yeah. So I'll put that into the chat as well.
Okay.
That is what the listing is.
All right. I would recommend having a superior in the front line and the back line for for your melee and range people. So people that are fast. So I think superior going to both Joe and Thea, because you guys can heal if Costas goes down, whatnot. So. Or if somebody in the back line goes down, Joe, you can take care of them.
I like it.
That sounds good.
Actually, I'm gonna say all 4 graders to Costas, because he's gonna be taking the most damage. These are just proposals. You guys, feel free to push back.
No. I agree with that.
Sure, I'm not gonna complain if you guys want to give me all the graders.
We have 5 in the party, right? 5 player characters.
Yeah.
Then 4 potions of healing to each person, and then 4 go, or then the other 8 go into the bag of holding in case we lose what's on us.
Yeah. That sounds good.
Okay.
Any objections? Other, just to make it easy and quick.
Yeah.
Okay. So what I heard is that Costas is getting all of the greater potions.
Yeah.
All the graders and 4 normals, right?
Yes.
And then the superior are going to who? Sorry.
1 to me and 1 to Joe.
Okay. And then now you have 20 worth of the normal potions, and obviously make that realistic in terms of dividing it. So we can obviously equal at this point to the rest of us.
So 4
Yeah.
to everybody else.
Yeah.
Each of them get 4, and then the remainder goes in the bag of holding.
Gotcha. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And as we use them, we can pull back from the bag of holding or whatever.
Quick audio test. Can you guys hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Sound great?
I would be happy to carry 1 or 2 less graders if someone really feels like they might need them.
I think you
Ask-
need them the most because you need the most pick me up, and you're also frontlined like I am.
Yeah,
And I
you
have,
only,
yeah.
you only have one one healing on you.
Oh.
Well, the thing is that I just got a healing ability recently, like another one. But
No,
No,
I
that's
know,
fine.
but it's fine. Keep it because
Right.
I also have cure wounds. I have 2 spell
Yeah.
slots.
Being like they're our main and only real tank, you're gonna be hit a lot, and we'd rather not use your actions to heal yourself because the bonus action to take potions of healing in your game, Michael.
It's a bonus action. Yep.
Yeah, so you can continue to attack, and save your lay on hands for like if somebody's down or something,
Mhm.
okay, then yeah, I'm gonna be using my Aura of the Guardian a lot more then. So
By the way, I think people have potions in their inventories already.
Yeah, I already
I had a
added.
greater.
Oh, you already added in?
yeah.
Yeah, I had one, so I put 4 extra on mine already.
Okay,
you
so
don't-
Felix and Othal already added theirs in, right?
Yeah, I'm all set.
Okay. Because I'm going through inventory, so just trying to make sure everything got added.
Yeah.
Okay.
We had a couple before we went into it.
Gotcha. And then I put 4 into the treasury.
Cool.
Okay.
I think
8.
yeah, mine should be at 6, not 9.
Oh, my bad. Let's see. Did I mistype?
So
I think I
four potions. Oh, no, you're right. I don't know
Yeah,
why
I
said
had
eight.
2 plus 4.
I think I put it the wrong number when I clicked it. That's fine. Okay, everyone should be good inventory wise. All right.
Mm-hmm.
I gotta take the training wheels off too. I should just have you all add all the items into your inventory yourself.
Yeah, but how do
Honestly.
we get the nice funky icons?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Control space, then search it up. You can probably get it right.
Oh wow, Lucas,
Oh.
nice job. All right. So let's just get into it here. So after our rest here, we're rising. We are in the fog, the density of this space, and we now continue in the direction of Siltoric. You're headed for the heart of Thixia. That is the goal here. It's where you told me that you wanted to do, and that's what we're doing here. Now, the space around you becomes increasingly more rubble, right? So more of the structures are more pronounced. The grass is still somewhat tall. Bioluminescent mushrooms and shrooms are really kind of prominent. And the rubble becomes so intense and so large that you actually have to now climb over it at times and work yourself through. The shadows of the undead still lurking around you. And at this point, the light of the day begins to change. A slow transition, sure, but a change nonetheless. Through the fog clouds, as it's spanning, it's now beginning to turn. And as you reach what resembles that of a shadow up ahead of you, you are now brought to a map. Activate the scene. Also need to remove some things so you don't have to pass out trace, unless you want it still on.
Did we have it on before?
If you could re-up it, it's your call.
We had it on when we were sneaking through the marshes.
I feel like sneak is the order of the day, so yes, could you put that back on, please?
Yep.
Yeah, we had talked about keeping us as hidden as possible until we can't be. If we can avoid fights, save resources, all good things.
So you have
After all.
found a span of rubble, and with your pass without trace, you're having to throw it up. It does last, I think, for really long. Yeah, 1 hour. You've been throwing it up at this point. I'll just have one casting of it, so make sure to note your spell list, your spell slots. Through the rubble escape that you've been climbing over and these other things, you're now in really intense fog. So it was very dense and you could see the shadows and things, but now your vision, your sight lines are cut off completely. You're reaching the heart, the epicenter of where the fog is being unleashed. And as such, without a current of water pushing it, it's now collecting. So your vision is limited at this juncture to 30 feet. Now, that doesn't stop you from hearing things, which emanates from cackling and sounds of bonework movement up ahead of you, not too far away. In fact, it's actually about 100 feet or so. And it sounds like they're above the ground, in that these, or whatever's making the noise, isn't actually on the ground level. You found a patch of grass that's growing, and then underneath it you now see, as you cut the grass through and look, that it's what would resemble that of a cobbled road. So this is an easy path. Instead of climbing over the mountainous rubble, right, you've taken this, and you now, at a point where you begin to hear the noises up ahead, you pause. This is the sea.
Well, guys, no turning back now. Let's creep on forward, yeah?
Yeah, quietly now.
Stay close.
Oh, you're right, I guess. Is it worth rolling active stealth?
It's up to you.
Might as well.
Ouch.
Well, Othala, taking your passive stealth here, so you want to roll. You begin to make way, head in the direction, the grass moving through, not having to climb the rubble. You are now making the way in the direction relevant to your current position. And this, in direction, you're going from east to west, okay? So you're really going, if you head south, or bottom of the map, you're heading in the western direction. Just kind of following the road and the grasscape around you. Rubble still, shadows, the density of the fog collecting. You hear the movement increasing. Costas, as you begin to move, you trip. The beat of rubble. You didn't see it. You do, you fall. Your armor hitting into the ground, making a large and brash noise. As that happens, 3 arrows through the fog land. Not hitting you, but barely. You then hear the string of more bows. I need everyone to roll initiatives. So Felix, you are up for the start of round 1. You can hear the sounds of the bows being drawn, and you also heard the whistling of arrows, in addition to the clunkiness of Costas's armor and movement. Oh, Thala, you rolled now? Never mind. Oh, Thala, you're up. I have a hand raised. What's going on?
There was a problem. It made me roll initiative 3 times.
Yeah, because you were lagging a little bit. Let me see what the first roll is. Okay, your first roll is a 19. I'm going to take that. So you're not going to go first, but you're going to be higher up. So
Yeah.
that's gonna help.
Figured I should just.
Yeah. Raise the hand. See, it comes through. It works. It got my attention. I love it. You know, Lucas, straight out. I'm just done with finals. I'll still raise my hand even in the game. I love it. Othala, you're actually, I guess you were late to roll the initiative. I didn't see that you weren't on the board there. So Othala, you're gonna be up first in the same description I provided. Felix is given to you.
Okay. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna cast Prestidigitation. And how am I gonna make this? I'm gonna make it look like the fog is moving. Like if someone is running away from the arrows, just shifts in the fog, moving it towards our northern area. Just move it away. So I would have to step up because it's 10 feet. So just step up a little bit, make that effect, and then step back and whisper to Costas, "Get up, let's go," and just keep moving back and turn.
Good. End your turn whenever you're available to do
yeah.
that. I don't end people's turns for them anymore. Felix, your your turn, Felix.
Can you designate on the map where we like heard the noise and the arrow shots coming from? Okay, so feeling like they can see us, but we can't see them, or maybe they're shooting at the noise. I'm going to go ahead and think that we're not actually as hidden as we would like to be. I'm going to go ahead and cast Bless natively, or using my Fey Touch on Costas, Joe, and Faye.
All right. Throwing up the Bless. Bless onto Dirty Joe Costas as well. Let me go ahead and attach that. Okay, so the only person not being blessed is Othala.
And myself. Just doing it at the lowest level possible, and I'm just going to start moving in this direction here. And I'll enter.
Okay. Costas, you're up next.
That is the wrong initiative. I'd be after Joe.
Oh my gosh, you're on the board twice!
Lucky.
There you go, it's not your turn. Just FYI. Bow is fired into the fog. Aimed at Costas. Costas, you're hit with a 20. Take 8 points of piercing damage. The arrow lands at your shoulder. Dirty Joe, you're up next.
Well, screw it. I'm going to move 30 feet this way and see if there's anything that I can see.
I was following him. 1 second.
Oh,
To unfollow him first, I think.
Let me just get back to
so up here to my left here is that like a little rocky bluff or something?
It's exactly how it is depicted. So you can see
Okay.
that there is rock bluff up here. There's another rock kind of hill here. So if you get between, like right there, that's going to be like kind of cover at that point, right?
That's what I was
So
thinking.
that's the way the grass is inlaid in between the other areas of actual stone piling and wooden beams and things. That rubble, that's going to be higher up. So you're kind of fitting yourself there. You're still there. You're still up, right? You can't really crouch down to get full total cover, but you do have a modifier to the range attacks.
I think that was, what was that, 55 feet?
30 plus 20, 25.
You've gone a total of, if you started your original position, you're on 55 feet, yeah?
Okay. So if I could just go one more little diagonal square over, because I still can't see anything or anybody. So yeah, that's I'm gonna go ahead and end it there because I'm just trying to scout out the position. I don't see shit.
Okay. All right, ending turn. Another arrow is launched in the direction of Costas. going to miss. Costas, you're up. You're muted.
They were generally coming from like this direction.
They're
Like, I
generally,
can't- oh,
as far as the arrows are concerned, drawing a freehand depiction, you've had arrows thrown at you this way, and now you've had arrow come this way.
Okay, so I'm gonna start by going 30 feet that way. See if I see anything. Do I see anything?
Nope.
Okay. Then I'm gonna throw up a protection for evil and good. Try to get myself.
Okay.
There we go.
All right. So throwing off the protection from evil and good there. So one of the things that has happened here as well, just remember that since Dirty Joe had actually left, the spacing of all of you, that's no longer than 30 feet. So the actual pass out trace on all of you is now gone because Dirty Joe has left. That doesn't change your stealth at current with some of the things. So I'm just going to go ahead and remove path out trace. Simply because you rolled your stealth and now you're in kind of a combat stealth mode already. You're not really taking combat actions per se quite yet, just buffing and doing other things. So with that said, right, Costas, you are now making far more noise, right? With your natural 1 carrying over to charging, throwing off your spell casting as well. You have moved this distance. You formed that barrier around. Protection from good and evil. What do you do? And just kind of stand there after casting?
Yeah, I'll just stand.
Okay.
Come at me, bro.
Ending turn. 6 arrows are launched at you.
At disadvantage, right?
That's correct.
Like way more than 6 rolls. Oh, that's 12. It's disadvantage.
Two arrows hit you. You take 12 points of piercing damage. They land 1 into your center left hip, then 1 into your abdomen. Far-reaching arrows, but they do connect. Your barrier trying to push the arrows mid-volley, they still connect. Cycling through the initiative orders, since I grouped them together through the attacks. You're up next.
Paul is this rock boulder rubble piece.
That rock boulder piece is roughly 2 feet from the ground.
Okay.
You're trying to aim to get to cover. Dirty Joe right went into the fog to your west gate. With, like as I stated, the rubble is high and large. You've kind of taken a road because it was easier, far traveled. Kind of getting into the thick of the rubble. You've got a piece in front of you that's roughly 7 feet tall.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna. If this ledge, this is like higher up than I am right now, and then the boulder in front of it is larger than that.
The best way, the best thing I can say is that this right here is about 7 feet tall, and this up here is like 10 feet tall. And then Dirty Joe is like kind of like in a little bit of like a half cover situation in between 2 different mounds of rubble. Regardless, it really just comes down to the cover that you're being provided, right? You're right now with this rock in front of you being on the low position, being able to crouch down, you would be in total cover. But that doesn't take into account of the direction of the arrow. Because
Yeah.
they are higher up than you, the 7 feet of cover doesn't actually relate that well unless you go prone.
True. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna, I guess, stay here and hold my action with my short bow to see if I can visually see anything and then take a shot at it. Because I can't see anything right now.
Okay.
And then I'll end my turn.
Okay, so you're holding your action to take a shot.
To take a shot at these things that are shooting at us.
Just to, like,
As
throw.
soon as once I can see it, I want to fire
Once you
at
can
it.
see it, you want to fire.
Yeah.
Okay. Costas, you take 4 more arrows. You're hit by 2 arrows. Take 10 points of piercing damage. Center chest. Different areas, different directions. Not prompting your hold because you can't see anything yet. You just hear the volleys of the arrows and the snapping of the bowstrings, but nothing at present as far as you being able to see. We now come to the top of round 2. We start with Othala. Felix, I do want to say your blessed somehow was off now.
I didn't bless myself. I only have 3 targets. It was Joe, Thea, and Costas.
Yeah, no, sorry, not you. It's Dirty Joe, the blessed one off. Which I think is weird. There you go. All right, Thal, what are we doing?
I don't know if this is gonna help, but Othala's going to cast see invisibility. On himself. And then tell Costas, I think they see you. Try to hide. And I'm going to just run in front of this pillar. Yeah, I don't want to waste any spells. I'm going to end my turn there.
Okay.
I'm gonna keep my eye down here and just try to see if anything's coming.
All right. Felix, you're up next. Felix, you now come into range of what looks like a wall. The wall is roughly 25 feet tall. As it is, you notice that this road was taking you to a gap of the wall that actually had rubble and is destroyed, albeit difficult terrain to get over, but is manageable to cross. The wall, however, is inaccessible unless you attempt to climb over it. The creatures above are skeletanoids with glowing ethereal blue eyes that seem to perhaps be magically enchanted to see through this fog. They're launching arrows primed at Costas. You're still holding true in the medium to tall grass of yourself. They now kind of notice as you're striding forward. As you stride forward, a ribbon of this energy of blue kind of shoots in the direction of left and right, which is positions as north and south. And you hear in the distant spaces, as well as on the wall at current, is the sounds of a war horn, billowing in multiple sources in space, as if you triggered perhaps some sort of trap that has been lining the wall roughly 15 to 20 feet from it.
Yeah, well, we're in it now. I'm going to use my free casting on Misty Step to Misty Step to the top of the wall.
Okay. You appear on top of the wall. The cranial of this wall, or the half wall, I should say, provides these creatures range attacks approximately half cover from those falling down below to up. Now you're on top of it. You notice the moss-covered cobbling of this wall. It's a really sturdy, well-built structure with a large, massive brick, and it's been lined with the cobble. The creatures don't actually have any melee weapons on them. They just have the bows. And so they kind of turn and look in the direction of you as you basically port yourself up here into space.
I'll just holler back over the baby crying. I'll be like, "There's a wall up ahead. Follow my voice."
Okay.
As a action, I'll cast Moving Blade on the nearest one.
25. That is going to hit. Deal a total point of 8 piercing damage.
And 6 thunder.
Okay. 8 and 6, so a total of 14 points of damage. Okay. That creature does not exist anymore. As you come across with the rapier stabbing directly in the center point, thunder damage kind of exploding its rib cage, and the massive skeletanoid structure just kind of explodes outwards in a thunderous crash. You then begin to hear the sounds of large crashing of earth coming from the western direction, as it does seem that more are joining the foray.
I'll do it. End my turn.
All right, Dirty Joe, you're up next.
Okay, so the voice I heard on the wind, Felix's, that was coming from the south of me? Is that right? Because I can't see him.
That's correct. So the voice that you overheard is coming from up here, kind of vocalizing down below. And that is, again, the bottom of this map we'll configure to south, right? The south of this map. That is being configured and vocalizing out to you.
All right, well, in that case, I'm going to hop down this hill again, try to get over to him. And, okay, there's a wall. And I see these two guys hovering above it. Is that right?
That's correct. Again, your position, you can't actually see much of that. You're just hearing the noise of it because this wall is 25 feet tall. So imagine that you're looking.
Actually see them.
Exactly. Imagine you're like looking up and you can see the 25-foot wall up there. And then of 30 feet is like a sphere of the fog. So they're in the depths of the fog as well, at the cusp of that vision. You can hear the sound of Felix calling from above.
One of the things, I don't want to get too far ahead of everybody, especially now that there's a wall ahead. And then my buddy's on the other side, everybody else is still catching up. I heard all that war horn in the distance, I hear people kind of on their way, and it doesn't sound good, so... I think if there's anything I should do. Alright, this is not a good place to make a stand, so I don't want to put up any static defense. I'm gonna stay here, and I'm gonna hold my action to maybe attack something if I see it coming towards me.
Okay.
I can't think of anything else to do.
Okay. End of turn. All right, Costas, another arrow being fired at you. Arrow hits with a 22. Hold on. Roll disadvantage. Let's try again. Does not hit you because you're of your protection. So, I was trying to roll. I thought I rolled disadvantage there. So as it fires the arrow in the direction of you from the fog, so it's like headed directly for your center chest, and then your barrier kind of intercedes it right and kind of flings offwards. We are now going to come to your turn, Costas.
So was the yelling more like diagonal or like straight south?
Again, I'm going to ping it. I've been pinging it. Felix's voice.
Okay.
So I'll shift ping it at this point.
So yeah, is there any kind of like mostly cover? Like it doesn't need to cover my entire body, but like any kind of like cover like that I could like take a bit of hide behind on the way there that I can see?
For you, the best course of action would be to divert this way, getting into the half cover, at least to put a modifier down onto their arrows, or just proceeding in a full charge, hoping for what Felix had just said, that there's a wall, knowing that you can get cover from a wall.
Okay, dash action, 35 forward.
Okay.
Okay, I should have another 25. Do I see any more cover now that like I moved farther up?
You see the development of a wall in front of you and the cover continuing to your left-hand side over here.
So yeah, I would like to move kind of 25 feet and take some cover like right around here, so to like,
Okay.
get some partial cover from arrows and
Okay.
such. And then I would like to use my bonus action to pop a greater potion.
Pop the pot. Getting to some half cover, you then pull out the potion, and you recover 13 total points. Throw down the vial, breaking it.
And then enter.
All right. In terms of arrows being fired, they're continuing to fire at you. So 2 arrows. Let's see here in my order. Two arrows are being fired at you, Costas, so you take half cover. Coming in from the east of this map. Both of those arrows are unable to hit you in the half cover that you are in. So they're kind of landing in the direction of the fog, zipping through. Then coming across, we now come to you, Felix. So you're on the wall. The rest, again, Dirty Joe, you can't particularly see that, but you can hear the movement. This creature then begins to look direction, almost like a point-blank shot here with the bow, Felix. They then grab it. They just kind of pull the bow back. They fire it off, and you just kind of sidestep out of the way as the arrow flies back. Ending their turn. Costas, you're taking another arrow. This time from the left-hand side of this map. Still pinging along onto you. With the modifiers presented, that arrow is going to miss and hit into the cover ending turn. We now come to the hulking and shatteringness of some creature emanating from the southern direction. That is beginning to open up towards the gap. Felix, you can hear the creature coming in the direction of that gap of the wall. It seems to be right now from your position 60 feet due south of the map's position. So it's kind of maybe working on the other side of this wall, headed for the gap. With a large roaring sound, the crashing of metallic armor. This creature is indeed large and armored. Ending turn, 2 arrows now fired at you, Costas, from the right-hand side of this map. Continuing to fire off. They seem to be rather clumsy or maybe not intelligent. Notice Felix is on the wall, so they're just kind of continuing to fire off at you as a target. Both of those arrows are missing. We now come to another of a hulking figure, very similar in position at present, Felix. So they're almost 2 creatures grouped together, and I'm actually going to ping them onto the map at current. They're in that current position. That is the sound as they crash over rubble and bits and splintering of wood. Thea, you're up next.
Okay, Felix told me to go to the wall so I can see like the edge of the wall. So I'm gonna, I'm gonna run and get right up
Okay.
to the wall.
All right. So you see the 25-foot wall above you and the gap directly to your right-hand side of the map, facing you, probably towards the wall your left, right? So that is difficult terrain, but it's manageable to get over that and get basically through the wall. Climbing over the wall would require you to scale it. You can hear the voice of Felix directly above you.
And again, I will hold my action for, I don't think firing at anything from this position is feasible. So I'm going to take my swords out instead and hold my action for if anything gets into melee with me.
Okay. Sounds good.
End my turn.
Our ending turn directly right, Felix, this one, firing off the bow. So kind of simultaneously, it is going to take a step and then fire. 20 is going to hit you at point blank range. You take 7 points of piercing damage. So it lands into your left leg. Under concentration of Bless. Ooh, failing with a 4. Bless is no longer upon your party. It's rough. Ending turn, another arrow fired at you, Costas, from the right-hand side. That's going to be a miss. Now we come to a grouping of 2 different creatures, hulking as they are. They are funneling themselves together, aimed at dashes directly where the gaping hole is of the wall. They are grouped together headed with their dashes, and I'm going to go ahead and ping their location now. Thea as well as Felix, you can hear the thunderous sounds of their crashing as they begin to come closer and closer and closer, roughly 70 feet, 60 feet away, in the south, slightly eastern direction. Felix and arrows fire to you. The density of the fog along the wall here. That is going to be a miss. Costas, another arrow is flung from you from the right-hand side of the wall. Both those arrows are going to miss. Two hulking figures now as they group themselves together. And they are all filing in now to a singular grouping. At the center point of this map on the south side, pinging their location here, is relative to where now 6 total creatures, armored and hulking, that you can now hear and understand, Felix and Thea. The sound grouping together is now traveling through. And the rest of the party is now able to hear that as they seem to be running at full bore in the direction of the opening of that wall. Thala, we now come to the start of round 3. You are up.
All right. Seeing that my party is going forward, I'm going to do the same. Move up a little more. Oh, well, that sucks. I can't see. Is this area right here? Is it that? Is that the same elevation that Felix is on, or is it higher or lower?
No, the elevation is the rubbling of the wall. That is a collapsed wall, and that segment is enough to scale over to get to the other side. It's difficult terrain, but it is not up to the point of 25 feet of that wall. Not to say you couldn't get some elevation gain, roughly 5 to 10 feet, to make the climb up to the wall more manageable, but it is still going to be a climb nonetheless.
All right, so I'll just focus my sights on this ledge right next to Felix, and I'm going to cast Misty Step.
Okay.
I'm waiting for it to prompt me.
Yep, it's prompted. Click whenever.
Yeah.
Okay. So now you're peering on that ledge there. You're on top of the wall. You can see the trio of creatures. I said it's 2 creatures to the left and 1 creature who has just shuffled and fired an arrow at Felix.
Well, targeting the first one I see, automatically just going to Mind Sliver it.
Okay. All right, so 9 points of psychic damage is dealt to the creature. The creature does succumb to the Mind Sliver. It had a mind. Not sure how it works.
Alright, I moved 10, 20. I think I got 10 more feet. So what I'll do is I'll just bypass Felix and try to stand on the other side of him.
Okay.
That'll be the end of my turn.
All right, just put a charm effect on that one to indicate the D4 in case it's prompted for a saving throw. Felix, you're up next.
So can you? I can hear or I can see these groups coming this way.
You can just hear them.
Oh, hey, buddy. Yeah. Bad news come that way. I'm kind of gesture over to the sound of the horde coming in. I'm gonna not want to take all these shots. I'm gonna go ahead and cast Greater Invisibility on myself.
Okay. I think it's gonna do it. Yeah, it's gonna do it. There's like a bug right now. It's gonna add like a ton of visibilities. It's super funny.
Cool. It is greater.
It is absolutely greater. I'm just gonna put that up. There you go. So that's good.
And then I'm gonna just move this way. Athala should still be able to see me, but if he has to see invisibility up still.
Yes, sir.
Actually, actually. So I would have seen that guy. So instead of going into his melee, I would stay out of it and go right there.
Okay.
And I'm a turn.
All right, Dirty Joe, you're up next.
Okay, so I saw Athala pop. Like, he's not invisible, right? Just to make sure. I did see Athala pop up onto the wall.
Correct.
For a second.
Athala is non-visible. You saw Athala pop up, the Misty Step on top of the wall, and then kind of hop down a little bit. You saw the backness of their head, and then disappeared into the.
Pity he didn't give me any direction as to where the hell I should go. So I don't know. I'm just gonna move. Well, actually, real quick, I'm gonna see if I can, as quietly as I can. Hey, Mia, is there an opening over there?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to move over this away. Oh, would you look at that? And seeing that I'm still sneaking around, I am going to dash forward another 30 feet.
Okay. Remember, that's difficult terrain in front of you, so all that
Is that
rockage
okay?
and everything is going to be difficult. So it's going to be twice as much of your movement speed. So you can probably only go 10 of that space.
Don't I ignore difficult terrain?
Are you at that level? Let's see.
Am I?
I
don't
think
remember.
it's in your favored terrain. You
Is
ignore
it?
it.
Oh. Which would not be bogs.
It's Landstrider, right? Is that? I don't think you actually get that. No, there. Yeah,
That's a
there's
spell he has to actively use.
Landstride.
Yeah, he knows difficult terrain as ranger.
Yep, you have it.
Late.
Yeah, Ranger 8. Yep, I thought it was like we're level 9. I think you have it. Yeah, I was like pretty sure
Okay.
Landstride. Yep, you can move over normal. Go ahead.
I will move up then.
All right.
And, well, that's that. And, boop.
All right. This point, Othala now on the wall. It seems that the string of bows and the arrows are now pointing at you in particular. So now they're kind of slow to the draw, but top of round 3, not so much at this left side of the wall. They're now grouping their focus fire at those on top of the wall. Othala, the 11 is going to be a miss as the arrow flies through the fog directly at you from the western direction. Casas, maybe some you're a little bit alleviated hearing a bowstring fire and then not having an arrow fire at you. Who knows? Casas, your turn.
As that happens, just to let you know, I'm just gonna cast a shield on myself as a precaution because I know there's other.
Fantastic.
Can I see the battlements?
You can see the beginning of a wall, yep.
But can I see the top of it?
No, you can't. So again, 25 feet up. You're currently a little bit higher up. You can see that there's a little bit of a half wall, seeming like there is the top of a wall developing, but your line of sight and your vision, especially with the fog, you're at the cusp here.
Okay, then I'm gonna move forward until I see that. Can you just tell me how far that is?
Move 10 feet for me south. You can now see, again, you can position of sight and position of things. Let's put ourselves in realistic depictions, right? We're looking up at a wall. We can't actually see the top of the wall, but we know we can get to the top of the wall.
Yes. I would like to throw my grappling hook and try to wrap it around the battlement.
Bro, you have a grappling hook?
Yes.
Is that really in your inventory? Where did you get a grappling hook?
I bought it while we were in Fort Fair.
That's right, you did, didn't you? You knew you bought a grappling hook because you knew. All right, throw a grappling hook up. Do you know the
Check it.
rules? Do you know the rules of a grappling hook?
I think they're pretty vague in 5e. I think it's more 3.5 rules.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So I need you to make an athletics check, please.
What's that? Athletics. 16.
Succeed. So you get the grappling hook. It does connect with the half wall of the wall there, and it seems to hit onto it. Now, just requires you to climb it.
Yeah, I would like to take a dash. If I can dash on a grappling hook and start climbing.
It was your action to throw the grappling hook.
It was an action to throw the grappling hook.
Of course it is. You're throwing this thing. Oh, you're like, that's a big deal. It's an action to throw a grappling hook, and then it'll be half of your movement speed to climb up the rope.
Okay, yeah. So let's do that.
Okay, so I would use the rest of your movement speed up to the wall.
Yeah. Okay. Here's
That
my
would make
movement
the most
speed.
sense, right? So it's a grappling hook, you get up to the wall.
So that
All
would
right.
be.
Fantastic.
Then I'd have 5 more feet that could go up, I think.
Yeah. So you're starting. You're on the way.
Yeah. And I'm also going to just pop a normal potion too. That's about that.
Okay. So you're throwing a grappling hook, one-handed, taking your other hand, popping the potion, running up and going up. Yeah. Okay. I gotcha. Might as well get one of those hats, spear hats, right? Two little things in, fill them with potions here. Anything else on your turn?
One of those. I loved it.
That's the end of my turn.
All right. So now with a vacant Costas in total cover here from the eastern section of this wall on this map, the arrows are becoming apparent that they're coming in the direction of those on top of the wall, which happens to be Othala at present. So the first arrow being thrown at you here. That is going to, fired at you, hits into the shield, unable to be fired. Come to the one that was just mind slivered. This one is going to be firing again. No disadvantage, considering it's 10 feet away from you. 16 is going to be a miss, ending its turn. And now we're going to go in for 2 arrows here, cycling through initiatives as quickly as possible at you, Othala. So I'm just going to manually roll those here. Both of those unable to strike as they strike into your shield, ending turn.
Nice.
All right. Dirty Joe. You, crossing over with land stride, can see the visible of a hulking figure that is about 13 feet tall, covered in black metallic armor, wielding a mace in one hand and a giant metallic shield on the next. It then continues to pass through, mindless as it is. It fills into the gap, getting here onto a dash in difficult terrain, and continues to run, seemingly not seeing you because you still have passive trace, and your stealth is extremely high, and you're in the cloud of the fog. Its eyes are not blue, so perhaps it's also impacted by the fog. It's really just kind of running in the direction of outside. So you're kind of looking at it, engaging where it's going, and it's really just like passing through you, and it might just be running away from the wall, but it's coming at the attention of something that called it. So something has driven it to come here specifically. So giving you some things to work off of there. Now, 2 more arrows towards you, Othala. So continuing the volley. It's time for the east side to the left. One of those arrows is going to hit you. Nope, you're...
I got an AC of 23.
Yeah, I'm looking at the attack roll. It's a 22. So unable to hit. And then we come to another hulking figure here, filling into space. And this one is going to cycle off, getting into the space and continuing to run forward. So Dirty Joe again, seeing that. Now Othala as well. You're getting that. Felix, you can hear the hulking movements and the different things happening. And that's all really fitting into the puzzle that they're continuing to press into the gap and then past that gap. Yeah, you can hear this as well, but you cannot see it. It's your turn.
Okay, so I know Joe's in front of me, and I can hear that they're running past where I heard him stop.
You can just hear that Dirty Joe technically has passed out trace, so you only kind of saw Dirty Joe pass by, and then you're kind of looking in the direction of where Dirty Joe is on the rubble. As you look, you can see the sound just on the other side of Dirty Joe, and it's yet to pass over, but will be.
Okay. Oh boy. Yeah, actually, I'm going to position myself. Is there like space to stand right here, or should I go on the other side of him?
Oh, that's space to see. You can see the 2 hulking figures in front of you now.
Honestly, I'm gonna put myself in front of him. Just so that if they get into space, I can protect him. Because he's a little squishier than I am.
Okay.
And actually, now that I see them, I'm going to use my insightful fighting on them.
Okay. Can't succeed unless it gets a natural 20. It looks to be a hulking, large, grotesque monster. As you step forward without pass without trace, doesn't seem to notice. You haven't taken really any combat per se, haven't fired anything, so you're kind of just moving onto the rubble, and it's continuing to trudge, and it's aimed to basically go over you. So you're kind of putting yourself in position.
And that's the end of my turn.
Then whenever you... All right, 2 arrows towards you, your Othala. So I'm just going to continue to manually roll those d20s. The AC is extremely high, so not likely that they're going to hit. Both arrows are hitting into your shield, unable to penetrate through. And now filling into space, more hulking figures. This one getting into the difficult terrain here as it continues to pass through, unnoticing. One follows up directly behind it here. So now we're coming into visible range with the fog. So Dirty Joe and Thea, seeing that there's more of these hulking, large creatures, metallic armor continuing to pass in. 2 more arrows fired in the direction of Othala. Continuing with the status quo, one of which is going to be a natural 20.
Great.
Take approximately 10 points of piercing damage. 0 lands center chest, piercing through the barrier and into your chest. All right, continuing with the hulking figures, now forming a slight traffic jam. They are continuing to press in, but they are in visible range by Dirty Joe and Thea now. We're now at the top of round 4, and Dirty Joe and Thea, if you're not scared, seeing a literal horde of creatures going to trample over this space, I don't know what's going to make you afraid, but that's pretty terrifying to me. I thought we're coming to you.
Taking the arrow out of his chest, pulling it out, he's gonna look around. Do I see these hulking creatures over the ledge?
Yeah.
Okay. Decisions. Still that I can see Felix, I'm gonna hope that he has my back here, and I'm gonna turn around, and I'm going to aim at the hulking figure in front of Thea. Do I want to do that? Yeah, I'm gonna cast Mind Whip on it.
Okay.
I'm gonna do it at 3rd level.
All right.
Upcast again doesn't do additional damage. It just lets you target an additional creature.
Yeah.
All right, so then I'll target both of them right there. I thought it was extra D6, but all right, cool. Even better.
So when you cast the spell using spell slot of 3rd level or higher, you can target 1 additional creature for each slot level above 2nd. Creatures must be within 30 feet. So you're targeting 2 creatures because you're upcasting.
Correct. Yeah, I'll target both of the hulking figures.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and make an intelligence saving throw for the next one. Unlikely. All right, they both take 9 points of psychic damage here. So the 2 on the forefront of the left side. Failed save, can't take a reaction till the end of its next turn. Moreover, on its next turn, it must choose whether it gets a move, action, bonus action. It gets only 1 of the 3. Affecting its potential decisions here. I'm then going to probably put the charmed effect, continue to kind of keep track of these effects as
well. It's a lot of charms, yeah.
Well, it just keeps track of me. I know, yeah.
I believe that one's, that goes away at the end of his turn. The my sleeper. But yeah, it's the end of my turn, so.
Alright, Felix, you're up next.
All right, I'm just gonna send out 2 Eldritch Blast. At advantage.
Okay.
I'm assuming because I'm invisible.
Yeah, the invisible condition gives you advantage. You should automatically give it to you as well when you make the attack rolls. You shouldn't have to hold it. All right, 27 is going to connect. So you blast that skeleton here. 6 points of force damage as it explodes, splintering off of the wall. Nice. 27. 5 points of force damage into that one, hitting into the leg, kind of smashes it, brittlement.
And I'll use a Fury of the Small to do another 4 points of damage to it.
Okay.
Assuming that it's size small, taller than me.
It is, it is a medium size, so you're able to get that additional 4 points of damage. Chipping away at its legs.
And then I'll just move from that spot. Keep going. Alright, and I will, after that, end my turn.
Okay. All right, Dirty Joe, you're up next.
Okay, I am just going to sidestep because there is a rampaging horde of undead buffalo pushing through the gap. I'll pop over here, and with this guy here, I'm going to use my hunter's sense. See if I can figure out the easiest way to de-undeadify him.
Wait, what? You mean like what they're? Yeah, okay. The one right there. Okay, I got you.
Yeah.
Okay. So the creature itself doesn't particularly have any sort of direct, besides a poison. Can't be poison condition. However, it is an intelligent, unwise creature, right? And so it's really just rampaging kind of mindlessly. And based on your experience, and add more to the hunter sense, based on your experience after navigating through the creatures and their mindless condition, this seems more minded than they were before. So somehow it's gained direction or guidance in order to be able to do the maneuvers and things it's doing right now.
Okay, now when I moved over, these things were just kind of barreling towards me through the gap. Did I notice any sense of them being aware that what they were going towards had moved?
No, you don't see any notice there. I'm also going to move you 5 feet to the right because that would put you on the wall when you move there. That's underneath the wall and that gapping in that stone. So you could technically climb up the wall at this point if you really wanted to. Moving your rest of your movement speed if you'd like. That's up to you.
That doesn't sound like a bad idea.
Okay, yeah, if you want to, spend all the rest of your movement speed, I'll put you up there. Yeah. So you spend all your movement speed, kind of climb. There's many different foot and handholds. You just have to take all of your movement to get up there, using your action here for your hunter sense, and then again taking your passive perception. It does not look like the creatures have detected you and noticed your presence.
All right, I'm just gonna whisper down, Thea, they're dumb as a rock. Just get up here out of their way. And that will be that.
All right. Moving forward here about 15 feet, another one comes into visible range to you, Felix, and it seems to aim at the direction of Othala. Fires off its bow. It's going to be a natural 20. Here for 10 points of piercing damage as the arrow thunks into your left shoulder. Costas, you're up next. You are muted.
Okay, I'd like to climb up the rope and get on top of the wall.
Okay, so the wall again, 25 feet or so. Let's say you've taken 5 feet. So when I put you on the wall, you're really going to have 5 feet of movement left. Okay?
Okay. So then I'm going to run over here and smack this skeleton boy.
With what?
I'm going to be using the +2 hammer one-handed. I have a shield now.
Okay. Swing away.
Aiming for the cranium.
Aiming for the cranium. Well, we've watched a lot of undead movies. 21. Coming through. 12 points of bludgeoning damage as you smash the warhammer through. Oh, that was targeting yourself. You targeted yourself! You swung the hammer at yourself! No. 12 points of damage to the skeleton creatures. You smash through the cranium and it falls to the ground in a pile of bones.
I am then gonna yell as loud as I can, "Come at me, you bony fuckers."
All right, you yell, Yeah, end your turn, yell out, come at me, you bony fuckers. Wow, we're learning a lot right now about a lot of things. All right, 2 arrows are being launched in the direction of Othala, and then 1 arrow is being launched in the direction of Costas. Now that they're 2 visible, seemingly detected, I do need to make another roll for 1 for protection from evil and good. Add that on. Looks to be that all of the arrows have missed. So none of them which are able to land here, so skipping through their turns, so making no movements. They're just firing their arrows. Now we come to the first one, which is impacted by the Tasha's Mind Whip. So, can't take the reaction, then where its next turn must choose whether it gets to move, an action or bonus action. It's only one of the 3, and it's choosing to move. The difficult terrain here is going to cause them, they're going to get about 5 feet here, and they're now kind of trampling into you, Thea, and as that happens, they kind of stop, and they kind of look in your direction, and notice that you're like directly underneath it. Kind of takes a step back, kind of wears and moves, shaking from side to side. And it's not as if it's kind of saw you or detected you, but it almost was like aware that it would kind of bump into you and trample you down, and then that allowed it to understand. So it's going to end its turn there without doing anything else. And that is also, Mind Whip only impacts it for that turn, right? Yeah, so go ahead and get rid of that. 2 skeletons. These are divided up in terms of arrows, one of which going towards Costas and the other one going towards Othala, fired from the eastern section of this wall. And I hate to say it, but natural 20 on Othala, and would have been another natural 20 on Costas if not for the protection from good or evil. That's unfortunate.
Oh, he's too far.
Rolling damage, 9 points of damage to you, Othala, as it lands in the central part of your back, taking the arrows here. You're starting to look like a porcupine, just like Costas. Choosing to move, this next one is not noticing you, has to spend its movement to get over, but it is difficult terrain for it as well, so I'm going to backpedal it because it can't take an action to dash, so it's going to get to about there, and then that's going to be the end of its turn, ending the Mind Whip. So it's impacted by that. Thea, you are up, so has yet to swing, has yet to attack you, really, again, partially noticing you, like you're in the way of it getting over it, and so now it's kind of like raising the mace to come and swipe at you.
I'm going to bonus action disengage.
Okay.
And get up on the wall next to Joe.
Sounds good.
And that was only 10 feet, but it's difficult terrain to climb.
Yeah, it's difficult terrain to climb, and then you have, again, a climb of about 10 feet or so from this current position, probably about like 10 to 15 feet, based on how the rubble is collapsing and moving. So in total of movement, because you took a disengage, and as far as your movement's concerned, we're going to put you right around like 25 feet of movement you've done.
Okay.
That's pretty good.
So I'm just going to move up more.
Okay.
I
Still a
can't
third?
see anything. Yeah, I can't see anything, so I'm just going to take the dodge action.
Okay. Sounds good.
And end my turn.
All right, ending turn. Arrow fired at you, Othala, from the eastern side, the right-hand side of the wall. So again, more arrows continuing. This is going to be a natural 1. Just a bad miss as it flies through the fog too high up. Just kind of lands somewhere in the backdrop of the western side. All right, well, with no targets in the central way, these creatures are going to continue using their dashes as they begin to press forward across this rough terrain, headed in the direction of north, which would be east in relevant position of where you're all currently at in terms of Thixia and Siltoric. Costas, point blank arrow, fire to you. As it fires it off, which would have been a natural 20, is not a natural 20, but it's still a 21, which hits you with the disadvantage. 3 points of piercing damage dealt as it goes through the barrier, hitting into your left pauldron. Ending turn. Begin to hear the sound of a war horn relatively close by on the eastern side. The war horn begins to blow out. It seems pretty relevant in terms of position. It's about 70 or so feet from Dirty Joe, Thala, and Euthea. Could be one of the creatures that has the bow. It also has a horn on the other side of the wall, blowing it outwards multiple times, spending its turn to do so. Traffic jam. No worries there. They begin to bump into each other, continuing to press forward. Top of round 5. Thala, you're up next.
Seems like prime time. Since they're all grouped up in there, I'm going to try to see over the edge a bit. And I'm going to cast Sickening Radiance.
Sickening Radiance. Wow.
And I'm going to...
4th level spell here coming out.
Yeah, I'm a little nervous. Not trying to drop it on us. That range is good. And then for my bonus action, I'm going to take a greater healing potion.
Okay. All right. So, throwing out the Sickening Radiance as it begins to sprawl and spawn, filling the sphere. Looks like the saving throws rolled, but not necessarily the damage that the dice come across. So please go ahead and roll 40-10 manually, please. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
They get damage.
Yeah, next turn.
Enter it on the start of their turns.
Gotcha. Sounds good. And then chugging a pot.
Yeah, I'm gonna chug a pot.
Okay.
And that's the end of turn.
Ooh, popping the great.
Right, assuming Costa's got this one right here, I'm gonna move past it and go ahead and do a booming blade.
Okay.
Okay, that didn't work, so I'll just make a rapier attack, I guess.
19 is going to hit with rapier. 9 points of piercing damage. And additional 7 points of thunder damage. Total of 16. Explodes. Once more.
Yeah, I'll just keep on moving. Trying to clear this wall out.
Okay.
And I'm on my turn.
Alright, ending turn. Dirty Joe, you're up next. You are muted, by the way.
I'm still stealthed. I hear a war horn in the distance. I know these guys are passing through. They're actively being tripped up by some AoE stuff. To me, they're not really a threat yet. I'm gonna move along the wall 30 feet to the west. Just... Okay, so wait, what's the range on my Pass Without Trace again?
Well, technically no one is impacted by your Pass Out Trace. It's ended the condition for everybody. It's only you that has Pass Out Trace. And you're kind of creeping along the wall, really, at this point. Trying to stay in the cover of the fog and the concealment that's implied here. That's what we've interpreted.
Okay. So I see one of these little skeleton guys that's just kind of hovering over here, but not that big of a deal. I'm just gonna move past it. Just keep on creeping on. And see if there's anything noteworthy on the other side.
Okay.
And yeah, that's it really. Just see a couple skeleton guys on the wall and nothing else interesting. So I guess I'll call it there.
All right. Costas, you're up next.
He is going to swap to holding the hammer two-handed, then run at this skeleton right here, yelling, "May Paylor guide me."
All right. Hold down V, please, to attack with 2 hands. Also, quick switching. Interesting. But, okay.
It's a thing.
Yeah. You got a shield out. Now you're stashing shield away with 2 hands.
No, but like I can just press V?
Sure. While you swing.
Okay, so I don't see it go away, but okay.
It's versus full damage. 2 rolls. It's fine. Look at the 21 through. 17 total points of bludgeoning. Clubbing away.
Yeah. Do I see anything else within like kind of close?
No. You just see a small figure of Avatar of Halo look towards you. My boy! That's my boy!
Can I try to do something to get the attention of the other skeletons with the rest of it?
I can't help you. I mean, that's up to you what you want to do. I mean, bang on your shield, but you put the shield away. I don't know. Yell really loud.
Use the next attack to slam my hammer into the ground as loudly as I can.
Just club your hammer into the ground. I mean, that's fine. Go on. Attack the ground.
Well, not quite as hard as I can. I'm not trying to break it or anything.
Yeah, we don't want to break. We don't want to break another weapon, right? That would be bad.
Careful, yes.
Yeah. Strike the ground. Sure. We'll get another roll out. Whack the ground. Ooh, that's big time damage. Club into the cobbled. Makes a loud hulking noise, but yeah, okay.
Then I'll use my other 15 feet movement to just move back this way, then end turn.
Alright. Alright, ending turn. Another arrow fired at you, Othala. This one is not in the sickening radiance here. Fires away. 14 is going to miss you.
I'm gonna precaution again, shield this whole round.
Okay. Go ahead and shield up for me then. Oh, my goodness. 23 is your AC with shield, correct? I believe so.
Yep.
Take 5 points of piercing damage. That one gets to the shield.
Okay.
Costas, arrow fire at you. One right next to you, Felix. Launches.
They have disadvantages on what's in their melee, right?
They also have protection from the evil and good as well. So it's sticking pretty bad. So I'm not getting the disadvantage. I gotta roll them twice. Okay. Taking the blind rolls here. Disadvantage. AC. You don't have the shield on, correct?
My AC would be 18, yeah.
Okay. So the AC of 18 at a disadvantage is a 20. That does hit you with an 8 points of damage. Okay. It's quick switching's happening. Okay. Ending turn. Sickening radiance damage. Yep. They have all failed inside of this aura. Every single one. Okay. So, first time, so there. See, fail, 40-10. I'm not going to put light on them because it's still kind of light out, so it's just going to create more effects we don't need. And they take 1 level of exhaustion. And is going to continue to press forward in the scape. but is now noticing you, Athala. So it gets towards the edge of here, still inside of the sickening radiance. Now, the creature, if you're paying attention to how I describe the rubble and how tall the creature is, the creature actually can't hit you in terms of 25 feet up, 5 to 10 feet here with the rubble, and then the additional 10 to 13 feet. Creature then is going to pick themselves up, grabbing onto the wall. They then are going to use their dash movement here as they club over top of you. And they get up and they kind of turn the opposite side of you, balancing on the wall, teetering back and forth. And they are currently right next to you, Athala. Ending turn. Up to you to keep rolling damage for 40-10, because they're all impacted, so we're just going to cycle through this. But you can do a bulk 40-10 roll.
My laptop is going buggy, so I'll just keep the 22
Okay.
for everyone.
All right, so that creature is dead. This creature is dead. We killed 2 skeletons inside of the fog. Then this one takes 22 points of damage, is impacted by the exhaustion, and then begins to turn and look at where its friend had actually gone to. So it's going to roll a perception check. It's a natural 1. Okay, it's going to continue through the rubble. Moving forward. Thea, you're up next.
This guy's attention is on Othala.
That's correct.
Alrighty then, I'm going to get his attention on me instead. And this is the guy I think I insightful fighting, right?
That's correct.
It don't matter, Othala's right there. 2 short attacks.
Okay.
Let me target him first.
All right, 24 is going to hit. Go ahead and roll sneak attack. All right, 29 total points of damage. Run up the left leg and slice into its gut. Organs begin to spill out.
All right, and second attack.
Okay, going for the second attack. That is going to be a 17, which is going to hit. You deal 7 points per snap as you stab into its meaty left foot.
And I'm going to circle around behind him. Again, that his attention's on me instead of Othala. And end my turn.
Okay. All right, ending turn. Another arrow being fired at you here from the eastern side. So it's not inside your sick ingredients. It's going to be a miss with the shield. Your bubble protecting you. Taking the 22 on the roll. This one hits 22 points of damage, is exhaustion level 1, and now is outside of the rubble and is going to be disappearing from visible range. They continue running the northern direction of this map. All right, follow another arrow being launched towards you from the eastern side. Across that gap, arrows are firing. Apparently it was multiple targeting people. My bad, no worries there. Does not hit your bubble and your shield. 22 points of radiance. What? This one is impacted as well as they all failed. 20 points of radiance. 1. This one is going to get about 15 feet into the difficult terrain. Then is going to make a perception check. This next one is going to move 15 and then bypass for additional in the difficult terrain. Continue to run out. Unable, so continuing to move forward. And that is going to be the top of round 6. As you're noticing from the creatures in the gap, there's only one of which is actually detected perception-wise. The rest of them are completely oblivious that you're even on the wall. And they're continuing to pass through the gap. So the only one here, Othala, that seems to have noticed is the one directly between you and Thea. Is your turn.
Okay. What I'm going to do. I can't even see the other side. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to just mind sliver the one in front of me. It's standing right in front of between me and Thea.
Okay. Your laptop did okay?
Yeah, it's a bit sick, but it's alright.
No worries. If it comes to it, we can bypass some of the clicking and things. I'm pretty sure it's because of the sickening radiance is
Yeah,
there's
that
a
one
lot of
actually.
effects happening right now. So that's it's most likely the cause of it. The combination of the fog and everything, performance-wise, I think everything's taken right now. So it's a bit of a slog. So 10 points of psychic damage. The creature is going to fail that. They're going to take that damage, psychic in the mind, and then again a D4 minus stuff the saving throw. That'll be applied to them. Okay. Anything else on your turn?
I'm going to. Should I? I'm going to try to move away from the edge a bit, so you're not noticing me too much. I don't think I'm just gonna take another potion.
Okay. Pop in another potion.
Yeah, save some spells.
Okay. Go ahead.
And then end the turn.
Okay. Pop that pot. I'll apply the healing for you. No worries. And then I'll go ahead and end your turn as well if you can't do that because you're.
I clicked it out. I don't know if it went through.
It went through. It went through. Felix, you're next.
Continue. Same thing. I'm not gonna cast Booming Blade. I'll just let you know that I'm doing it because it doesn't seem to be working right now. So Booming Blade, the rapier.
Yeah. Well, it's an old macro. I don't think I've. Okay, coming across. The advantage 23 is going to hit, and then roll thunder damage. All right, so that's a total of 12 points of damage. See, it explodes.
Continue. No more on this ledge that I see over on this side, right?
That's correct. You cannot see anything visible, and there's no string of arrows or anything kind of flying in terms of a ball. You can hear the cackling and movement of creatures in the distance, off map towards the west, but nothing is like coming at you or firing.
All right. To start moving back towards the party, and like, I think that's all of them over here, and then start making my way back. End turn.
Okay. All right, Dirty Joe, you're up next.
Would I have heard Felix yell that?
Yeah, like
Did you have heard Felix yell it?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's right there.
Well, I mean, I can't see anything, but
yeah, no, I mean he's invisible. I mean you just saw a booming blade just erupted like over here, you know, and then you had a little bit of a voice coming from over here. So I'll ping you.
Okay.
Try to remove some of these effects here.
In that case, I will head back to the gap the same way I came before.
Okay.
I see these guys tangling with this big guy I heard in the distance. And, well, hell. I guess I'll just shoot him.
All right, so Dirty Joe, you're taking your first shot of the entire combat. We're in round 6, and Dirty Joe is pulling back the bow.
Whole time, just like, God, we were trying to sneak past these guys. Why are we engaging?
All right, Slayer Spray. Firing off the longbow. 27 hits. Flare spray coming through. Total of 12 points of damage. As it is, the arrow lands in the center chest. As it does, it begins to kind of topple down. And does not rise. The arrow lands center chest. Topples down to the side, rolling as it does, kind of falls off the wall, landing to the ground.
I look around and it's like, yeah, guys, was that too easy, or you guys just softened him up a bunch? I was elsewhere.
I am covered in his blood.
At this
I
point,
like to have little play dates too, but you don't question these things after a while.
at this point in the fight, the hostile threats that are direct imminent to you are no longer. Bows from across the wall are going to continue to fire, but that does not stop you all at this point of just running in the direction of south, which is westward for Siltoric. So I'm going to give you a prompt. If you want to continue to fight these creatures, you can, or we can end combat and transition ourselves away.
I would only advocate fighting to get all of our allies through. Once everybody's been able to make a breakthrough, then we move on.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure.
I believe we're all on this side of the wall right now. So
Everyone is on the wall on the western side of this map. You are all
Yeah, so
actually
we're all-
grouped together.
Yeah. Disengage and push on. If they're not pursuing us, then
Yeah, I'll hold concentration for as long as I can on Sickening Radiance, just to do a little bit more damage, and then just keep going.
Okay. That
Yeah, I'm
sounds
gonna
good.
make sure I retrieve my grappling hook, then I'm gonna...
throw his grappling hook off the wall.
I got you there. All right, we're gonna go ahead and end combat there. It doesn't seem like anybody's wanting to continue this fight or to fight here. So the arrows from the creatures on the eastern side continue. There's only a handful of them are firing, but you're able to kind of get yourselves off of the wall down, and then you begin to trudge away from the wall, continuing in your direction of west, right? You know that you're getting to the heart here, especially since the roads are more developed and cleared off. Seemingly like the grass has been actually pulled from these roads, and they are strikingly undamaged. Not that the buildings around you are not toppled and rubbled, but things are far more clear and less piled together, and grass is overgrown. It's as if the movement of creatures over a span of hundreds of years has actually changed and stopped the grass from growing onto the roads, taking these main paths, and that has had a direct impact. You now go into a distance, continuing the western direction, where you can hear the sounds of undead creatures continuing. And the density that's so strong that you can hear them lurking relevant just even 40 feet away from you. What is our approach here?
I think we'd try to continue the same approach of trying to sneak past, using passive trace when we need to. I would use minor illusion to, if anybody starts to look over in our direction, to make a sound like we did going through the field, trying to minimize our contact.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'll mimic Felix and try to do what I can with prestidigitation.
Okay. So, these spells are now worn off. We've gone a couple hours of travel, taking stealth and moving with ourselves, making sure that we can stay hidden. We're now going to put ourselves onto a map. The reason why.
Now and
What's up?
Heal myself. I would have liked to cast second level cure wounds on myself between now and between when we left the wall and now.
Okay. I'll have it pause, target your tokens and things like that. The effects of this map could be detrimental, but I'm hoping not. There's a lot of light and a lot of things happening. Might have to turn off the fog. We'll see. Your laptop's gonna die out, Jay. We'll see.
It's gonna explode.
Yeah, you're gonna explode. There's a lot of effects to these particular maps. They're very large as well. So go ahead and throw out your healing here. We're taking this as the journey here. And the reason why we're coming to this map is we'll get to that in just a second here. So go ahead and pop that healing.
Ooh,
Wow.
Okay.
Nice.
So again, this
Nice.
has been a couple of hours of actual travel. The reason why we're coming to this map is that it's actually when we are in the darkness. So not just the fog and not just our sight range, but now we've actually transitioned in the matter of the 2 hours. Slow transition. Again, we're getting dark, and now we've gone past that. We're in darkness.
Quick question there, Michael, because like it had stayed daylight for like 2 days of travel into here, right? And then all of a sudden we're coming to.
Yeah, so I'll kind of go through because I've been keeping track of time, making a detailed account of how many days that we've been in. So this technically would be the 4th day that you have been in the marsh. And it seemed that you've had 3 days of light. And now we've started a night cycle. Potentially 3 days of night. So I know some of you, right, particularly Costas, through Joe, right, we have some vision limitations. Lighting a torch is not a great thing to do. So the reason why we're on this map is that those on the cusp of when the light was changing, for those with their perceptions, you can see that you are getting to the path. You are almost there. The road's becoming more perfect. You can see the shadow of a tower in the distance, in the fog, as it emanates a bluish light every so often, like a lighthouse in the beacons. The density of the undead around you are so thick. You can hear them moving in their hulking footsteps and their stomps and the slithering of tongues, vocalizations of minds. They are communicating, some of them. Now, I'm not going to have you move through this map because you are clearly stating to me that you want to take a stealth approach. These creatures' perceptions, based on what you've encountered, are not particularly high. But that doesn't stop us from having a natural 1. The densities of these undead could pose a challenging problem to particularly one person in the party that has difficulty being stealthy. So,
Wouldn't I have re-rolled by now?
I'm going to go ahead and apply Pass Without Trace, given that I imagine that this is a good opportunity that you would like it on, so we can get the modifiers directly on. And I need every one of you to please roll active stealth checks.
Costas.
Before he does it, I'll cast invisibility on Costas.
Okay.
Yeah, I was gonna guidance him as well. Help you out, man.
Okay.
Thank you.
We're getting the spam of invisibility. I love it. It's so great.
Oh
honestly,
God,
I should just leave it like that because it's super cool looking. It's like just spams over.
So invisible, I've disappeared from existence.
Okay. So, still need you to make a stealth check your Costas based on sound, which actually is primarily how the armor is relating to stealth.
Oh,
Oh, Dad, you fucking. Oh.
Did you just get attacked by your cat or something?
No.
What was that?
Well, the natural 1 again.
that's it.
Oh
God,
shit!
I'll chrono. I didn't. It's not popping up on laptop. I'll
It's
chrono
okay.
shift.
All right, Costas, go ahead and make another d20 roll, please.
See, I knew it. You should have just took your armor
Oh,
off.
great. It's a 2 this time.
No, it's a coronal shift, so I take the first roll in the set. Just FYI, take the first roll in the set. It's just a re-roll based on the die, just changing one die and replacing the other. So, Cassus, your stealth at the present moment with the re-roll.
Would that be a
Not
27?
a natural one. Okay. So, that said, you all are going to be moving stealthily through this space. Okay. With a coronal shift after Cassus trips over a bit of rubble and kind of
Next time,
hits
Costas,
in.
just your armor.
See Othali kind of raise your hands, right? Invocate a little bit and kind of sidestep, almost like rewinding time a little bit. And then the rock kind of slides out and they step down. There's no issues. You navigate through this space. Again, continue to have it paused. You get closer and closer to the heart. Based on the sounds and what you're hearing just on this particular map, there is over 50 undead creatures, including the hulking figures you've encountered in the gap, as well as the shifting and moving of others. We are now going to transition you over to a map that is going to continue this. This is where, after you've gone the span of this map, and you've gone an additional 40 to 20 feet, you now get to hear and stop. Because those with dark vision who have been leads of this journey, Costas, Dirty Joe, unless you're using dark vision on yourself, you are getting towed along. You can see large, unhulking figures in the road in front of you, but also the glowing and the shifting of the tower at the center point of this map.
Is that the same sound we heard from the invisible creature that fought us before?
No, this is the breathing of these creatures as they intake breaths.
Okay.
You're listening for the clicking, but you don't particularly hear that.
And our vision here is restricted?
Your vision here is restricted because this is the density of the fog increasing. But the issue now is really, well, tower is there. We can see the light at the center point of this map emanating that constant bursting at the top of the tower, that constant bursting of this blue, now purplish energy as it explodes outwards. So you know if you directly go west here, you're going to get to the tower. Span of, from your current position, 90 feet. The issue is what is directly in front of you, potentially what is in other paths. Stealth still holding true.
Slightly forward so I can see slightly what's going on.
Without is that guy just standing there? He's not moving. He's just standing.
Correct.
Can you all stay here for a second? And Thea, can you come with me?
Sure.
Mr. Othala, I'll reach out to you in a second. But I'll see if I can get these guys to go another way.
Yeah. As they're doing that, I'm gonna look at this creature and just hold out my tools towards it. If it moves towards us or gets a hint of anything, I'm gonna cast momentary stasis.
Okay. There's more than one, just so you guys know.
Yeah.
So I would gesture to Thea, if we could start going this way. I don't know if you need us to make another check.
I'm gonna follow you.
Michael, do you need us to make another stealth check or?
No, I'm maintaining your stealth as present. You haven't really gone in terms of distance. I mean, it's only been a few rounds of actual time. So your stealth checks are still present. You've not made any combat actions.
Continue to move. And the tower in relation on this map is this way or up? All right, continue to move. Oh, just trying to peek around this corner. Okay. Continue to do that. Oh yeah, I see a road there. Got it.
Oh.
Cool. Okay, this is the tower door here, right?
That's correct. You now see the walling of a black tower extends this black brick stone with vines entrenching around it. You notice that there is openings in the tower, but many of them seem to be barricaded by metal slats. Tower, based on the windows now looking up, the lighting that's emanating. Tower consists of 6 levels, including the first. Tower is not very large at all. In fact, based on your current position, it's only about 40 to 45 feet long and wide. The hexagon design. A black metallic vault-like door sits bolted. Silver rivets in a circular-like fashion. At the center point of the door is a tumbler-like lock. This range and distance, it's difficult to tell of how many digits would be required to unlock. Unpaused.
Just move back slightly, kind of gesture to Thea to move back behind this half wall. And I'll cast message to Athala, hoping he's within range. I think he is. Mr. Athala, get out of the main thoroughfare. They're going to be coming that way. And just hide. So, main thoroughfare where we walked in, just don't be there.
All right. If I get the message, I'll look over, and I'll be like, okay, we're going to start moving. I'll tell Joe, let's start moving south. Let's hide. They're moving towards us.
And I'm just gonna clamber into these rocks right here.
I'm pretty sure Costas is around us or holding Joe's hand or somebody's shoulder.
All right. And then once I feel like they have had enough time to move, I'm going to just whisper to Thea. I think I'm going to distract him and start working on maybe that door if you can once I get the distraction, okay?
Okay.
I'm going to cast Major Image and about a 20-foot cubic version of the bartender from Fort Farron is going with angelic wings and dressed in holy paladin armor, but on his head, he doesn't have a helmet on. He has flaming greatsword. He's going to be sitting there with a greatsword in one hand and just the middle finger down at the other one, and just mocking these things, flapping his angelic wings above them until they all kind of like mass underneath them, hopefully, and then he'll just start flying 120 feet in the other direction, just continuing to mock him in his voice the whole way.
Okay. So you're casting it right here, and then you're basically going to have it go.
No. I'm casting it above this group, hoping that they'll move together, and then I'll move it up to 120 feet away from me.
Okay. So this kind of create a circle template there to showcase, and then you're just kind of heading and having in the direction. Okay.
Michael, Can we please get a quick impression of angelic?
Yes, I want to
Yadier
hear
talking
what
shit?
Angelic
Yadier would sound
Yadier?
like. I want to hear angelic Yadier.
Angelic might also probably prompt for a template as well. Yeah, wow, that's massive. I did not realize how big.
20 cubic feet.
Yeah, I was like, geez, that Yadier's huge.
Yeah.
So he's about 100 feet above them.
Yeah.
And just 20 feet cubic feet.
Well, you want
it, Yadier, flat.
You want it in a way that they can see it because of the fog, right?
Yeah, so just out of their melee, but just like right above them, so they're like trying to throw stuff at them or whatever. But because I don't want them to physically interact with the illusion,
correct?
And so within their eyesight, because they're taller creatures, but
Okay. So as you cast it in all blaze of glory of Yadier, angelic wings with a fiery greatsword, wearing a majestic piece of mithril armor, even this beautiful halfling with slick back hair. Ah, you big fuckers! Come suck on this nuts! Holds the blade and begins to slide back and forth, and as the wings then carried, chase on me, wait, man! Begins to yell and laugh and cackle as the undead begin to turn in the direction of the template. Now heading away from you, I'm just going to move the template, and then I'm also going to move the creatures in relevant position to where that is. I'm not going to sugarcoat certain things. I'm not going to give a roll or anything. That is a massive distraction. These are undead creatures. The issue with that is that the lighting effect that's emanating from, you can hear some shifting coming from south end of this map. So you can hear that other creatures might have been aware that something has happened, but they have yet to move. And so that might cause a problem. Have yet, though, to do so. Take the opportunity, Thea. Go ahead.
Up to the door. And first I'm going to check for traps of any kind.
All right. Go ahead and make an investigation check. (23). You begin to inspect the vault-like door. It does not seem to have any pressure plates or tripwire. You also notice that the grooving and slit of this door is very perfect in that it actually fits into the groove work of the tower. So you can't really get a meter or anything underneath the door to kind of look on the back end. You really only have what's in front of you. You're focusing on the Templar dial, and you begin to understand that this is a name.
Okay.
Okay? As you're looking at the Tumblr dial and reading it outwards, I'm not going to cause you or try to trigger your memory. It's not a name that has been dropped to you since you've all kind of made your way here very quickly. So you never have gotten an opportunity to understand what name this is. It is in Sylvan, Elvish as well. Kind of that, again, working with that. What I need you to do is make a Thief's Tools check. That's literally it.
Okay.
Continue to hear the cackling. Fuck you! Now ising of the undead from the south end begins to shovel, move. Some more undead are being pulled to the major illusion. Thief's Tools of 19. Fit in the Tumblr dial. This particular name is you're working through it. Seems to be an Elvish name, and it's very similar to that of a Morsatra, perhaps one of the names of them. As you fit into the dial, you can hear inner working mechanisms on the back end of the door begin to shift and work. The door is split apart into fourths. So coming from the tumbler, one section's going up here, another section's going up here, two sections going down. The issue is when I open it, the door is revealed. There are creatures inside. Mm-hmm. Staircase at the center point wrapping up, and another small staircase wrapping down. The level of this tower is only about 9 feet tall. You notice there are whitish creatures with white cracked flesh with bluish eyes, white ghastly hair. They hold long swords in their hands, standing on guard, ready. There are 2 more at each door. And then a tall, hulking 9-foot figure just below the ceiling height, with a mouth gaped down and drooped like a scream mask and 2 vacant eyes, hollowed out. Black robed tendrils of this woodish, ashen flesh. It's kind of just moving its hands and shifting and looking in space, it seems, without breath of anything. We have it paused here because with your pass without trace and your stealth checks as before, you quickly dart out of line of sight to the south and have but a moment of actions and movement. Present moment. For shit gets fucking real. For those three, Othala, Costas, and Dirty Joe, you three can hear the sound of a vault door opening. It's loud. The mechanisms are whining, and there's not much else noise besides the cackling of Yadir, the breathing and hulking of these creatures. Everything else is quiet. So you in this distance can hear that a door has been opened, but nothing else. So you three are going to be the first to take your potential actions or movement here. What are you doing when you hear the door open?
I'm going to call up to, whisper loudly over to Athala. Athala, what's going on? Should we head forward or head for the hills?
I think we should head forward, but try to hide. We shouldn't be out in the open. Just stick behind the rocks and the rubble.
So should I just stay here then?
No, I think we should move up and help our friends.
Well, I can't see a goddamn... Okay, fine. I'm moving up towards you.
Just grab my hand and let's go.
Okay,
I
lead
am
on.
also going over there.
Yeah, so us three will be holding hands, skipping through the meadow sneakily.
Okay. Where are you going?
It's coming from the south.
Sound is coming from there.
Okay, so we'll try to angle and go our way through.
What is it? Is it Control F? Something like
F.
that?
Just
F.
hover over with your mouse and click F.
Yeah, and I can also move you too. So you
I
all
thought
can
it
just
was
stay
doing
there.
that. It wasn't working before.
They
I
got to
can-
be able to move through.
Yeah, I'm gonna move you. I'm gonna move you all you three here, okay?
Okay.
So I'm gonna
Yeah, I
move
said,
you.
like I don't want to be too. I don't think we should be too close. So like maybe like 50, 60 feet away from the sound, trying to not get too close to that, while also sticking behind some rubble.
Let me measure something out real quick. If that's the case, I'm gonna put you right here, and right here, and right here. Okay? Following along the line as you go, hear the sounds of creatures to your south. Again, not too far away from you. Costas, continue to hold the hand.
Yes. Together is safe.
And then you peek like this in a line.
Mm-hmm.
And you can now see the visible light emanating from the tower with Alla. So you can see that at the tip of that arrow I've drawn with my freehand tool. You can see the light emanating from that space. So the road that is right along to you, okay?
All right.
The road
So
right along to you leads to that door.
yeah, if that's the case, then I think we should try not to be on the south. If we hear things coming from the south and we see that west door, I think the best plan I'm gonna suggest is over here, up north on the other side of the wall.
So again, action, and movement. Okay, so you're maintaining your stealth, and then you're taking your movement. Okay, so at this point, you're kind of looking to the rest of them, and then you prompt them, "Hey, maybe we should get across the road, take cover." Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's go.
Yeah, and Felix, what are you doing? Okay, so don't move you three. I'm gonna keep it on pause. Yeah, Felix.
Mm-hmm.
Can you specify? We opened the door and like made eye contact with people inside. They saw us, we saw them, and we just jumped to the side, or we moved to the side before we were noticed.
So Felix,
shit's about to the fan.
Yeah, exactly. So Felix, you were not at the door, right? You were to the side of the door, so you were not at the opening of the space. Yeah, you were at the opening of the space, and so when you finished the tumbler lock, it activated the mechanisms to open the door. As it opened, because it actually opens in a specific way, it actually opens from the center, right? And so you actually have time because it takes a while for this thing to open. It's not like a rapid thing. It's like a slow mechanical opening. As soon as you unlocked it, that light came through, and then you saw that there was creatures literally 10 feet away from you. Mm-hmm. And then you moved to the side as the door was opening, and are now to the edge of the opening. Where the door's at. So that's not anything I need to roll for, because the door opens so slow, right? You can easily take cover.
And how many did I see? I saw at least 7, right?
You
'Cause
saw
said there
9.
was 9. So I'm gonna like very quietly whisper to Felix, too many, 9. And basically indicate we need to hide.
Okay, let's see if they go toward the idea. If they don't, I don't know where our allies are right now.
Yeah.
Just kind of
So
pull
Melee
back
does
slightly
the side of the
away
building.
from the door, see what happens, because I don't know. I don't know what's going on, so trust in whatever they've got.
Okay. All right. So you're just kind of getting yourselves tucked into the tower wall there.
Yeah, just kind of flattening against it to see
Yeah.
how the people in the room react to
The door
that door
opening.
being opened.
And then
Okay.
now hearing Yadir.
Okay. With that, we're going to go ahead and take a 10-minute break. If you're watching the stream, thanks so much. Really appreciate it. We're going to be back in 10 minutes or so. So we'll come back at 6:27 p.m. PST, roughly about 6:30. Hopefully you join us for the second half of the session here as the Wayward Ones is continuing to delve in and is now at the heart of Fixia, which is Satoric Citadel, and at the Satoric Tower is the true heart of the Citadel here. You are at the tower, multiple levels, and you have opened the door, countering more creatures. With the help of a major image, pertaining to yonder as a glorious angel of light, cackling and laughing and cursing them away, the undead are chasing and following mindlessly to the noise of our beautiful halfling friend and tavern keeper. So, hopefully you join us when we get back. So, see you in a bit.
The Dark Citadel, yeah.
like Lord Downfloor to like come with them with like a squad of paladins or something, and just like
I don't know. Anyways, we're live. Welcome back. Thanks for joining us. We really appreciate it. For sticking around with this, the Wayward Ones navigate this. It's not a very great place, to be honest with you. So, continuing our undead idling sound, and now also creating our back with a very dramatic sounds here. We are unpaused. We are hiding with our respective places. Trudging. With all you see a hulking figure going in the direction of the major image. You see another one moving, bone structure headed right for your group. With all you grab the hands. You begin to move them across the street.
Yep.
Okay, move your token across the street, please, and then Dirty Joe and I will move Costas and Dirty Joe with you.
Now try to stick along this wall on the side so we're not fully in the street.
Okay.
If
On
we
that
see
side,
them-
particularly?
Yeah.
Okay, you saw Dirty Joe for a brief moment, and then you basically saw them for a brief moment, and then they disappeared, basically being pulled across the street on the northern side. The figure there begins to move right past Dirty Joe, as both the figures trudge forward, aimed at the major image, which is now pretty relative to, we can say, at its peak range here, in the corner of the map on the northern side.
Once it got like to the edge of my range, it would just like strafe side to side, just giving the bird.
Okay. So
it lasts for 10 minutes.
Yeah, it's a good time. It's a good chunk. So that's continuing to happen, right? The creatures inside, you can hear one of them move. The robed one. As it does, it shuffles to the door and peeks out the door looking. As it does, it begins to raise its hands out. As this necrotic shroud begins to explode from its being. As the wave of energy pulsating from it. There, Felix, wrapping around to you. You can feel your very life force being probed, fixated, and pulled. Do you make any movements?
What do you mean by fixated and probed?
It's as if the reach of this creature, pulling what is the natural life, it is pulling your spirit, your body. Does it sense you? Can't tell you that. Because the creature does not seem to be moving towards you. It has simply exited the door, moving the hands around. The robe shuffling from its tree-like flesh. And the aura that it's emanating out is enough to reach you. But as you stay there, not moving is what it seems, the flesh about you begins to be damaged, necrosis. You each take 5 points of necrotic damage just by being in this space. Failure of 3 concentration. Wow, Felix, your concentration rolls. Oh boy. The invisibility thereby ends.
Can you describe the interior of the room one more time? The layout?
The interior of the room is simple. There is a solid pillar at the center with a spiraling staircase that goes around it, ascending to the next floor. The ceiling height is only 10 feet or so. There is another smaller staircase that goes underneath. So the spiraling staircase goes up, and this staircase goes underneath, down. Those both are at the center. Hexagonal layout with 40 to 45 foot width and length. So from the door, you could literally get to the door and dash to the staircase, and even get all the way up it in one single turn. if you're at the entry of the door.
I'm going to do my best to imagine the space to the floor on the spiral staircase that is going upwards, just out of sight of the room. So, like, one spiral up. I'm going to dimension door to that space.
Okay. Are you pulling Thea with you?
I can't because she is a size larger.
Okay. You're putting you back.
And then when I'm here on the next level up, what do I see?
Pulling you to scene. When you come up, you can see that the tower has these wooden and metal reinforced doors. Four of which are smaller, 2 are larger, like vault doors, but more squared off and not circular. They also don't have any intricate handles on them, just kind of turn knobs at the centers. There is a fireplace, or would be one, that extends here, air flowing in, suggesting that there is an entry through the second floor through the flute, albeit tiny, most likely not large. These windows are metal barred, so there's like slats of metal that have been kind of put in and anchored into the stone. The staircase that you have just wrapped up is here, and then it continues to go to the second floor, another 10-foot ceiling height.
Cool. Seeing there's nobody here and hoping there's nobody in any of those doors, I am going to shout down the stairs, "Hey, you ugly motherfuckers, come and get me!" Trying to get everybody in the room down below's attention up to the stairs. Hopefully give the opportunity for my allies to get inside.
Okay. So as you shout downwards, continuing to have this pause there, you are hit by that necrosis. You can see Felix is teleported away, and then all of a sudden, the noise of Felix emanates down, and the figure that was opening the aura ceases that aura. As it does, it pulls backwards, and then passes in, and you hear the shuffling of footsteps and the other things as the creatures then begin to go upstairs. Thea, what are you doing?
I'm gonna pause for like a beat to make sure I hear everything going up those stairs. And then I'm going to try to sneak in behind them while they're distracted.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and unpause. Go ahead and move your token. Got a lot of things happening at once, so I have to keep it paused so that people aren't moving out of turn here. It's going to be a little mock, not really initiative here at this level because we have a lot of like separation in terms of everybody.
Okay, I'm pausing here because I'm waiting for this guy to move out of sight.
Okay, that creature is not going to move out of sight. That creature is going to shuffle to the base of the staircase. It wraps around and looks up, moving its hands. The other creatures, though, are beginning to run up. Felix, at this point, you need to move your token. Either you're passing up to the next floor, or you're going to be going into one of the rooms there.
I think I would just move to a corner of the room and then cast invisibility on myself and hope that they can't see invisible things, and see if they would continue to go upstairs or not. Let's see what happens. I'm just trying to buy time for my allies. So.
You're trying to buy time for your allies to get into space. Okay, throwing invisibility. I love it. I love the massive invisibility thrown on. No worries. So you're coming to the edge of the chimney scope. You're kind of getting into that corner, and you're beginning to hide, throwing yourself. Go ahead and make a stealth check, please. And then Thea needs you to make a stealth check as well.
Right.
Do you have advantage because of invisibility?
The perception check is given disadvantage on a visible creature if they're perceiving by sight. So
That's what it is.
depending on how they roll, interpretation of this is what's really going to determine if they detect Felix or not. And even if they roll perceptions, they might even roll perceptions. I just continue to run upstairs till I see something. Okay. So 36th day, you begin to kind of press in. I'm going to move you about 5 feet into space, get you past through the door threshold here. The 8 figures are going to proceed upstairs. So
I would like to use my insightful fighting on this guy. That's still the room.
okay, well you're rolling the stealth first, so let's get the stealth check and then move in, because we're doing again play by play. So now we're going to come and pause this for a second. So now we're beginning to round the staircase up to the 2nd floor. This comes now down to really their perceptions, if they're going to roll them or not. Before we do that, Othala, Dirty Joe, Casas, you're no longer invisible. You can hear the cackling of the major image on the north side here. Now, the major image is not a concentrated spell, so that's going to continue, right? I believe.
It is concentration. It faded.
Okay, so that is no longer. Okay. So
as soon as I took the necrotic damage, it faded.
It is okay, so it is concentration.
Okay. So about like 12 seconds ago.
Okay. So who used invisibility? Was it Othala?
No, I don't have it.
I did as well.
Oh, okay. So Casas, you were no longer visible. Okay. That was not an issue. Okay. So the major image, after took the damage, had ended. So you all in relevant time saw Thea pass through, then kind of duck themselves into the shadow work. So Othala, you could barely see that. A shadow in the light of the door then passed in. You heard the voice of Felix. And as that happened, about 6 seconds or 4 before that happened, I should say, the major image ended. So the cackling of Yadir and those things began to stop. When that ended, you now hear the undead beginning to move towards you all, perhaps to return to their previous positions, or now hearing the sound of Felix yelling from the tower downwards. So you 3 need to make a decision and act, because I'm now going to be moving tokens on this board back to the respective positions, perhaps even to the voices of Felix yelling down.
Yeah, we're gonna go in. As we go in, assuming let me use the passives with pass without a trace. I'd like to look at the door, see the mechanism rope passing by. Just a quick glance, see if I could make it move back in, if there's a way.
Okay, so you're basically coming into, or you're staying outside? Token positions need to be accurate here.
More like at the doorway itself to see the hinges or the gears. Whatever way to close the door back to where it was.
Okay, you can see Thea as well as you, Othala, both of your past investigations, that there is a particular handle that sits on the left-hand side. It's essentially a small lever that can be pulled, perhaps even to shut this door. So that's kind of giving both of you some respective reasonings. Casas, what are you doing?
Me?
Are you passing into the tower or not?
Yeah, I'm gonna go into the tower.
Okay.
Try to be quiet. I'm gonna try to be quiet while I do it, but I'm going in.
Okay. Taking your stealth check as you had previously, unless you want to reroll.
Nope, we're keeping that.
Okay, keeping that, you see as the creature who is robed looking upwards towards the tower, fixated by the sound, is moving the hands as if they're controlling the undead who are passing up the staircase. You 4 begin to pass into the doorway here, seeing the lever, Othala and Thea. You can pull it or not. It's going to come up to you both here, but we're now going to get to the perceptions of the 2nd story. I'm not going to drag tokens in unless it's absolutely necessary. It's really going to come down to the roll, and I'm going to roll one simple check. And this is actually for myself. Okay. So these creatures are not actively perceiving you in the context of a minded creature where they're going to be looking at something specific. They're chasing the noise. They're drawn to the noise. Those 8 creatures continue to spiral as they stop, and they're sniffing and looking around, snapping their heads. Their bones are cracking as they're moving. The swords are drawn. The check cumulative here is really to see of how intelligent we can see maybe one of them would be, and that even opted to get a perception check. These creatures are not perceptive at all. They really were just standing guard, waiting for somebody to bump into them. They then pass up to the 3rd floor and continue to pass up the floors, Felix, as you can hear them in the dropping of that. Now, Felix, what do you do after they wrap around to the 3rd floor?
As soon as they start wrapping up to the 3rd floor, I would start walking, try to go back down the stairs to my, hopefully, allies. I haven't heard from them, but I'm hoping that they're there.
All right. So if that's the case, I'm going to pull you back into scene here. I think you came back anyways. Make sure you're on the scene just in case. I think everyone's here. Okay.
I'm on scene, but it doesn't look like I got a token.
Okay. Let me try to put your token back up. You see yourself now?
Yep.
Okay. So that's pretty relevant to you now coming, you're at the base of the staircase coming downwards. The creature moving the hands and shifting is continuing to do that. Now the 4 of you here in the corner, what are you doing?
I was going to use insightful fighting on this guy.
Okay. Go ahead and make a check. Othala, what are you doing?
I'm gonna tell Costas to pull that lever, and I'm gonna try to synchronize and me and him pull the levers.
Okay.
That's
Synchronizing, pulling levers. 20. 20 is the check.
Yeah.
It's not good
I
enough.
have a minimum. Okay.
Yep, it's not good enough. So this creature here has actually rolled successfully higher. Their deception, they're moving, they're swaying, the unpredictable patterns of what they are, who they are, is questioning that of what exactly it is. You then shut the lever with a large snap, begins to close, and then lock inner different kind of bolts and mechanisms of the backdrop fitting over the seams of the door. The creature then turns, kind of snapping its eyelids in the direction, so the open kind of hole sockets of its eyes snaps in the direction of you 4 that stand there looking, and then kind of looks at the metallic door and immediately begins to raise its hand to initiate another aura. I need everyone now to roll initiatives. I think we got all the initiatives on the board here. We're going to go ahead and begin combat. Starting at the top with round 1, Thea, you are up. You see the creature now activating. You see the auras now beginning to extend away from their body, and that same spectral black and blue energy that was hit you and dealt necrosis. That's why we're rolling initiative, because you understand and perceive this as a threat.
Yeah. I'm rushing him and 2 short sword attacks.
Okay. All right, 21 is going to be a successful strike as you come through stabbing with your short sword roll. Unfortunately, you can't roll sneak attack because there's nobody in melee range.
Yeah,
and it seems as you approached, it does perceive you. It's perception. Go for the second attack. 16 is going to hit. And that is a total of 11 there on that strike. So that is 18 in total damage you've dealt to this creature. You stab in. What becomes apparent is that the creature is almost like a tree, wooded, as you stab with your short sword, magical weapons piercing through deeply into this rooted kind of creature. And as you pull out, shrouds of this dust just plumes into the air. And it seems almost unfazed by the damage you've dealt.
All right, I'm going to continue moving and circle around him. So I'm like harrying him from behind.
Okay. So as you do that, the creature then kind of rotates and turns. As you look up at the creature, I need you to make a charisma saving throw.
Okay. Charisma. Okay.
Okay. As the creature locks its face with you, a wave of energy shoots outwards from the eye sockets of it in the direction of you. You then begin to avert your gaze, and it seems as though that is successful to stop whatever effect it was trying to do to you. Is that the end of your turn?
Yes, I will end my turn.
Okay, Felix, you're up next.
Just gonna attack with Eldritch Blast.
15 is going to hit. From the invisible condition here, you deal 9 points of force, and then that is going to prompt the invisible condition off, and I'll remove concentration as well.
Second attack would still be invisible, right? Or no? Because it's all one spell, but it's multiple attacks, so I don't know if that's weird. Because there's 2 beams for Eldritch Blast.
So, yeah, I mean, you are firing 2 beams. You're making 2 separate attack rolls. But they're from the same source. That's what's tough about it. I'll let you crit fish if you want. I'll give you advantage because I think it makes sense because you're shooting from the same beam. Oh, all right. 27 hits, 4 points of force damage. I think in like context of like how that looks if you're firing it like very left to this. I mean, you can fire it basically like double-handed too, like both yours. So, because like when you think about the attacks, it's 1 and then you're stopping and then you're attacking twice, right? So
yeah, and then start working my way back down the tower to about there.
Okay.
Emitter.
All right, Thal, you're next.
Okay. I'm just gonna Mind Sliver.
All right, you going for a Mind Sliver?
Actually, I'll just test something. Actually, I'm gonna momentary stasis. Yeah, gonna freeze time around the creature.
Okay. So you go in for a momentary stasis here. The DC 17 con save, creature succeeds with a 22. Throwing off a barrier or web. They kind of move and shimmy their shoulders, and they continue to move their hands.
Alright, just what I thought. And I'll just move to this side over here. Pause. And with my bonus action, I'll summon Heavy.
Okay. You want me to put it on the board, or would you like to?
I think I could drag him on.
Okay.
Yeah, it works. Yeah, so I'll summon Heavy. I believe he can't take actions this turn, so that would be the end of my turn.
Okay, sounds good. And end it whenever you like. All right, Costas, you're next.
Can I stand opposite of Thea?
In that space? Is that what you're saying? Like to flank? Is that... I don't know where...
Yeah, can I flank with her? Or
your mouth is like so full right now, like trying to listen to you. Disgusting, Lucas! So gross! Who touched you, man? Food spitting out the camera. Yes, I will move you into flank position. There you go.
Okay, so if I'm flanking, yeah, I'm gonna be two-handing this with.
All right, so quick switching. Come across. All right. 16 is going to hit with the Great Puppet Master. Come across 20 points of bludgeoning damage. You smash into the back of its head.
And I'm going to do a level 2 smite.
All right, go ahead and roll 48.
Is that a lethal smite?
Oh, yeah, we should ask. We should have been prompt. Is that lethal?
Sure, it might be.
Is that lethal?
Non-lethal.
I'm pretty sure it might be.
All right. So as you deal, it looks like to be radiant damage here. It seems to shine, splintering with your warhammer, cracks and splinters this creature. As it does, it explodes from that light and becomes just a cloud of dust and plumes. No noise when the creature dies. It just explodes and the robes just slightly just fall down towards the ground. That's the end of combat.
May Palor pity you in death.
Do we hear anything from up the stairs like the other creatures? Are they still moving?
You can't hear anything at the present moment.
All right. Find a way to lock that door if we can. And then there's a bunch of them upstairs. I don't know if they're going to be back, but I'm assuming upstairs is the way to go.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we handled the door so far. I think it's all right for right now.
There's also a staircase down. Should
I send Heavy down that way, or? Cause then
It can hurt. Yeah.
all right, all right. So just pay attention to the top stairs. I'll send Heavy down to be stealthily. Go search.
This door on the other side of the room, does it look like the same one that we came in? Or is it
Yeah.
like a small door into another room?
That looks identical to the door that you have passed in. Again, forming a
Okay.
hexagon, 40 to 45 foot length and width. You know, as the doors are symmetrical and they are very similar. Heavy is flying downstairs.
Yep.
All right. Heavy flies down roughly 9 feet or so, then comes back and lands on your shoulder. All right, there's a fuck ton down there.
Like how many?
Got at least 12.
They look like mindless or they're active.
Well, fucking look undead to me.
All right. I'll walk over to the there's a dozen downstairs.
Is there anything further? Is it just a room down there?
No, they frightened Heavy, so he flew back up. So I don't really know. He just saw a lot of undead, came back up. They're literally about 10 feet down.
Yeah, I'm gonna generally call out to where Felix is because I cannot see him. But what did you see when you went up?
Well, there was a room with more rooms off of it, a fireplace, and staircase that goes, up levels. We can try and clear this floor by floor. If we can jam these doors or something like that to secure our way.
I don't think the doors work like that. That's not how they opened.
Okay.
Wait, how
I,
do
I
they
mean,
open?
I could try to. If they open out, I could try to maybe see if I could futz with it to see if it
No.
won't open. But
Yeah,
I don't
I
know how it
understand.
works.
All right. Well, then we gotta make a call up or down, guys, and I think we should now push quickly if we can. Before these, if we can take out Kalima, I think the rest of these undead might become less threatening. So if she's here, push.
I want to say up. What's the point of having
Yeah.
a tower if you're not going to put something important at the top of it?
Yeah, but if there's a lot downstairs, I also feel like they're guarding something.
Yeah.
Or they could just be hanging out in a basement. Isn't that what undead people do? Hide in the dark?
It does seem like there were a lot of things like a fireplace on the top floor, so someone might be living there, possibly Kalima. So maybe up.
I vote up.
Up.
Let's go up then.
Something that going down afterwards might work too. But
Augustus, maybe you shouldn't be in front. You're loud.
I have no idea what you're talking about. Okay, fine though. And Castus reluctantly steps behind Leon.
Okay. So we're passing upstairs.
Mhm.
Elixir there. All right. So for the sake of this, it's going to be easy enough. I'm going to actually keep you stacked together because that's going to be easier than having you all spread out. So you pass to the second floor. Continuing my description as present, two of the doors are larger. Then you have four smaller doors to the left, to the right, and then again the two larger ones at the bottom there. Staircase continuing 10 foot ceiling height. That fireplace, the little breath of air kind of coming through. So it's like sucked into the space, exiting. The windows barred, metallic. These windows here, right, barred by those metal slats. So that's creating a little bit of a barrier, not just from light, but also from things getting in. The doors, the two at the bottom are circular with their handles, but then they're squared off, so they're not the vault doors that you perceived. And then the other are kind of these metal wooden doors that are reinforced to the left and right. So again, quite common, but many many doors.
All right, guys, do we want to search this place one floor by one, or do we just head straight to the very top and then work our
And
way
then
back
work our
down
way
if we
down.
find nothing? Because I'm going on the assumption that important stuff is higher up.
Well, if there's about 20 undead here, we still have things to clear out. Well, unless that thing was controlling all of them and they're dormant. You know, we might still have a lot of enemies in this building. We don't want to get caught up searching.
My big worry is that if we go up without checking these doors, maybe we could end up with enemies coming out of them as we're up, and then having enemies below. And honestly, I
Well,
don't know
we'd
if
have
that's
a choke point at the very top. But if there are people above us, yeah, maybe it's better poke around while we don't have any eyes on us if we got a spare couple seconds. So everybody pick a door and try it.
Listen first.
All right, everybody.
We all open the door at the same time.
No.
Yep.
on 3. And then Gus is just
On
listening.
And they're all mirrors.
Yeah. Do I hear anything through mine?
Yeah, I'm listening through mine.
Do I hear
checking.
anything through mine too?
I'm gonna check that.
Felix
opened mine
just
without
opens his
listening.
doors.
Costas sees that, says F it, and just opens his door as well.
As you open your doors, Felix, first, I guess, to open the door. Oh, now Jerry does open the door. Felix, you look in and you see a small bedchamber that is vacant of furnishings. The furnishings have been removed. The fireplace still yet exists. 2 windows, metal slats over them, barring them. Small space in the tower, reserved perhaps for people to live. Dirty Joe, you open your door and you see something similar, but this time some of the rumbling of the wall of the tower, the interior and the ceiling has kind of poured downwards, not revealing the above floor, but just enough to create a layer of rubble underneath. Costas, similar. Yours has a chest. Seems to be intact.
Costas pops his head back into the main room and looks at everyone, and you can almost see gold coins on his eyes as he just whispers, "Thea, I need you."
You're rather obsessed with gold and treasure for holy
We can worry
man.
about the treasure afterwards.
Okay,
It
so
might be something useful.
this bigger door, I'm going to
That's
put my
not
ear up against it.
So that's not a door, that's a window.
Oh.
The window is essentially a cutout of, if you will, like an arrow slit type vibe. But then it's glass that goes between that to create a pan, and then it's metal reinforced, and then they took metal slats, like metal bars, and then they like bolted them to bar the actual window from people coming in and out.
Archer's blind. Okay, well.
Felix, again, seeing the rubble and destruction. Small room.
Yeah, I don't think they're trapped.
Here, I'll get that for you, Thea.
Cool. Thanks. Awesome.
Another bedchamber with no furnishings. Thea, your passive perceptions right before Felix got there, you did not hear anything on the other side of that door.
I'm going to start stealthing up the stairs.
All right. At this point, we have gone past the hour. I'm going to be removing the pass without trace. Are you going to be recasting that?
No. I mean, it's a pretty small tower. I feel like if we all start clambering up into the next room, chances are Costas will bump his shin on a wall or something and give us away anyway. So we'll peek our heads around. If anything, like maybe me and Thea can stealth and just try to creep our way up and keep a lookout. And then if it's clear, we can wave everybody through floor by floor.
Okay.
I have a very important question. Why are we leaving the chest behind? It could have their diary or something.
So Costas is freaking out about the chest there. Please make a stealth check.
You're gonna come back for it. We want to move right now. This isn't Skyrim. Calm down.
Disguised.
Never leave a chest behind.
All right, so Dirty Joe and Thea, I'm going to pull you to seat and have it paused. You are at the base of the staircase, kind of wrapping up. And at that point, actually, I'm not really going to leave Dirty Joe down there because this makes more sense there since you're leading upwards first. Okay, so I'm going to pull you to scene. What you can see is that the staircase is rounding. Here, I'll let you come into the map first. Okay, you see that the staircase is rounding. And as you look upwards, you can see one of the figures actually standing in the room. Very small, with 2 doors on either side. Most likely interior wall of this tower. The 10-foot ceiling height. The staircase continues to spiral up. And this creature is looking downwards. Remember, as a spiral as it comes, it's open, right? And so this is like the under part of it. And it's like looking downwards, trying to see if anything's coming up. So that's what you see, Than. Creature does not seem to notice you. You're very stealthy, and you're not making any movements. You're just kind of peeking your head and then you kind of catch the glimpse of it. You pull your head back. What do you do?
I'm sorry. I was gonna gesture behind me to Joe and indicate that there is one. And I point basically right where he is.
Okay. Do you continue to proceed up, or do you and Joe backtrack to inform the party?
There's one of them. I'm gonna let Joe, because he's probably a few steps behind me, inform the party. And I'm gonna be hugging the inside wall or the outside wall, so it's harder for him to see me.
There
as
is
I
plenty
spellbound.
of visible light from implantations of metallic lanterns into the central pillar that extends upwards. It also is only big enough for a medium-sized humanoid to go up the staircase at one time. There is no way that this creature would not be able to detect you, even with 32 stealth, unless you were invisible to the naked eye.
Okay, yeah, I'm just gonna pause and keep my eyes on it. And wait basically to hear back or see what Joe gestures up to me what I should do.
Wait, so
Okay.
I don't see this thing, right?
No, I stopped you. I gestured for you to stop, indicated that there was one, pointed right where it was, and basically indicated you should tell everybody else while I keep an eye on it.
What's it doing? Is it looking out or is it just standing there?
It's just staring down.
Oh, so it's watching the entrance?
It's watching the stairs.
Well, okay. Be right back. So I'm gonna tiptoe down the stairs, be like, all right, guys, there's one of them oogie boogies is upstairs. It's watching the stairs going up. Now we were able to take a peek at it without it noticing us. So we can either charge full speed ahead, make a big old ruckus, and duke it out with them, or we could maybe get one person invisible to creep up there and either make a distraction or find some other way to, well, I don't know, kill them all at once and tolerate right now. What do you guys think?
How high up is he?
I mean, he's right at the top of the stairs, like literally at the top of the stairs looking down.
All right. I'm gonna send a message to Thea. I'm gonna try to get him to turn around. If he turns around, take him out.
Understood.
I will minor illusion somebody saying hello behind him.
All right, turns.
All right, I'm gonna.
Would make an attack at advantage, please. If you're firing your bow, most likely from range.
Yeah. So attack at advantage. Oh.
Okay, 13. So as you come upwards, pulling the bow back, you see the creature turn, you fire the arrow off, and it lands unsuccessfully to the target, missing. Creature hears the bow snap, turns around. Please, Thea, roll initiative. Starting with the creature's turn, the creature begins to open the mouth, yelling, screeching out into the air very wildly. It then begins to sublet back towards the door, holding its long sword upwards, wide-eyed, gasping for breath. Thea, your turn to react.
Yeah, I'm going to charge up the stairs.
Okay. Your token position now is relevant, and you've gone a period of 10 feet. So you've only got 10 feet now from this current spot to get to where your token currently is at.
Yeah, and then I'm gonna like basically turn around this corner and try to. I would like to bonus action insightful fighting.
Okay. I mean, I can try to roll, but I don't think I'm going to get a net 20 here. So, yeah, you're successful.
Okay, and then I'm going to take my short bow attack.
Okay.
I'd hope if I targeted it first.
Fire away. 20. It's going to hit. Roll stick that. 18 total points of damage as the arrow lands. Still alive. Breaks the arrow. Then behind you, the door opens as two more begin to enter the foray. Keeping it paused, we now come to the bottom of the staircase. What are you all doing down here?
I heard a roar, and I heard her charge. I'm right behind her. I'm going up.
Charging. Running.
No time!
It sounds like it's going well, so yeah, okay.
Full speed,
right.
weapons out, we're going.
Everyone is charging up. All right, so for this, I'm actually going to, then instead of dividing the initiatives, I'm actually going to be dragging tokens, and I'll keep them stacked. Then I will cycle you to roll your initiatives, bring you to the next scene. My game crashed. Don't roll your initiatives yet, but I can take them over. I'm gonna have you roll initiatives on the next encounter sheet. That's gonna be easier to keep you up on there. Reload my game. Sad face of disappointing.
Dirty Joe has double attack.
I only clicked it once.
Yeah, I know. I had the same thing earlier.
Yeah, so we'll take the 20.
Or I could have two different rolls, one after another. Just hit
No,
all
you
of them. Oh, that's
cannot.
fine.
That's just. Oh, that'd be so overpowered.
All right, and then go ahead if you haven't rolled your initiative. Go ahead and I'll look through the turn tracker to make sure we got all the initiatives on.
Yeah, that's a better initiative. The 16 was weird.
Every time you're not at the very top of the queue, you're just like, what's happening? The game is breaking right now.
Yes, I am supersonic with Allah. Why am I not here?
All right, Felix, did you roll initiative yet?
My game crashed, so no, not yet, but you can roll it for me if you need to.
No, it's okay. Something weird happened. Like my game like totally bugged and freaked out when I cycling two different initiatives on two different things, and I was like, oh whoa.
Allah? Well, rolling twice.
Oh, I don't know why. That's weird.
Yeah, I think that might be something up with.
Yeah, that's super weird. At the same exact moment, too.
Yeah.
Am I the only one who didn't get affected by that? Because I was still fine.
Yeah, I think something weird just happened in terms of the game because it canceled out my Twitch as well.
I think we rolled on both sides while it was switching. That's what happened. We rolled switching, so it rolled possibly on both.
Yeah, I was like really having a hard time. Okay, we should be accurate here. So we're going to cycle through the initiatives here to come to the top of the order because they took their actions to open the door. And that is really the true. So your tokens are stacked up. Just a reminder, if you're going to go up the stairs, it's 10 feet, right? So your tokens are stacked because this is the top of the staircase of the second floor. And you have gone 10 feet of movement at that point. So Athala, if you're running up the staircase, you're first to kind of beat the punch for those that are downstairs. You go up 10 feet up the staircase, and now you're here on scene.
All right. So at the top of the staircase, seeing two different people. Not a lot of magic to go around. I'm going to cast slow on the two targets in the front.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not letting me click it. You could just save DC 17.
Okay. All right, one of them is going to fail. The other one is going to succeed. So as you throw down the slow spell here, invocating, just note, that's a 40-foot cube. Can you even do that? Without hitting your teammates? Whoa.
Creatures of your choice.
I think you can choose, right? Yeah. So you're kind of getting towards the back area. It explodes outwards, and that euphoria-like effect as it changes the time dilation around the particular targets. Now, as it begins to impact them, you notice that one, again, succeeds, so it's no longer kind of slowed down. The other one kind of moves now at like that half pace there. I want to say, can you actually hit? I think you can hit all three, right? If you just like center it down and then choose.
So he can center on himself and then just choose those three creatures.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, that one's gonna fail as well.
Cool.
Yeah, we got you.
Yeah, my laptop crashed.
Yeah, someone's this is struggling for sure for some reason. I'm not entirely sure why. Could be it's a really tiny section here. We might have to move to
Athala's ping is at 2,300, so.
Oh, that could be something to do with it as well. All right. Anything else, Athala, after you cast the slow spell? Are you moving at all?
Yeah, I would probably move like probably 10 feet to the left, like out the staircase range. Probably hugging a wall or the railing.
All right. So that's going to put you at 25 feet to get there. Currently at the left side of the room, the interior wall.
Yeah, and I'll just end my turn there. Have it there. Oh, and Heavy will follow me, and I'll have Heavy land on Thea's shoulder. Give her the help action.
Okay. I won't put down the token of Heavy, not pollute the board here since we're a really tiny space. So Heavy does land on your shoulder. You mean the help action. You get advantage on one of your attacks here.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm just restarting my right now.
I'm gonna end your turn then.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah. No worries. Dirty Joe.
I would like to summon a pair of giant snakes at this time.
Me too.
Well, that's going to conclude the session for today. We're done. Oh my god. Yeah, snakes. This is so small. Oh my god.
I just have them block all the staircases.
Snakes.
Yeah, so I'm just going to step over here. I'm going to line up a shot on this wounded guy over here and see if I can't take him out.
Okay. Barking Slayer spray. Line up the longbow. 26 is going to connect. That deals a total of 11 points of damage. Arrow lands through the abdomen.
And another shot.
Okay, firing away.
Oof.
14 is going to hit.
Hey.
No Slayer spray damage tagged on, so only 10 points of damage dealt. And it lands in the central neck. Still alive.
Well, yeah. I'll go ahead and end it there.
All right. Costas, you're up next.
Okay, so I'm going to run up here to these two.
Okay.
I'm going to. This is going to be with Great Weapon Master, dual wielding the hammer. I'm going to take a hit at the slowed one.
You break the hammer because you're dual wielding it. Doesn't make sense. Another broken weapon. Just kidding. 9. You come across Great Weapon Master holding it together. You strike, and the warhammer hits into the cusp of the door, hitting into the stone. Not realizing that, oh shit, the door frame is here.
Okay, once again, same setup.
Come across that way for the low ground. Low and then to hide. Come in for an uppercut type maneuver. 14 is going to connect, and that deals 18 points of bludgeoning.
Plus 1 level 1 smite.
All right, I went ahead and dragged in a divine smite into your spells. So go
Oh yeah,
and
you did
go
a
to your
spell. I
spells.
noticed that. I like it. Thank you.
That is for David. You should don't thank me. Thank David, because David said that to me. I went and put in your sheet there. 15 points of radiant damage.
So it's a smart macro, so it should automatically, when they're undead, do that extra d8 and scale and level. And then once you get to improved divine smite, it should also scale.
So that should be. Do you apply all the damage?
I did apply some of the damage, not all of the damage.
Yes, sorry about that.
Do you want to know how much damage you dealt?
Yes, I do.
Is that what you're really asking me? Because I think that's what you're asking me. I was trying to get it aside, and you were like, "Oh, hey, how much damage did I do?" That's okay.
Can I get a big number?
Is it a big
Did I kill
number?
it?
Did I kill it?
Did
No,
I
you
get
didn't
an A
kill
on
it.
the test?
You dealt 33 total points of damage. Does not seem to have any vulnerability to radiant damage. However, it did detract away from the lighting of the radiance that's come through. It kind of pulled itself back and hissed at it, snarled.
In that case, I am just going to Shield of Faith myself. With my bonus action.
Okay.
Just first level spell. Yes.
Shield of Faith on the creature.
Oh, no. Damn.
Classic.
Bless you, my child.
I'm the harbinger.
I need to roll higher to hit you. Here, take this.
This
I
fight
like
was
a challenge.
I like a challenge, of course. Challenge is always necessary. Honestly, I could see a paladin doing that. I can see it. I can see
You
it.
need help.
You need help. Yeah, let me have you.
You are utterly just if there's some young kid that's on the battlefield, it's just like I still need to kill you, but let me make this a bit fairer.
Mhm.
Okay, enter.
All right, ending turn. Now come to this one who is slowed. So its speed is halved. Looks in the direction of Dirty Joe, so it's going to move 10 feet. Then, very slowly and surely, it is going to rise up its longsword in 2 hands and go in for one singular swing at you. 22 is going to hit you. As it does, it slices through your center chest, but you pull back at the brief of the cusp and only take 4 points of damage. Just kind of slicing with the tip of the blade through your armor there. And it's going to end its turn. Yeah, you're up next.
Okay, I am going to Joe the bow, take out the swords, because I think Joe's probably got this thing handled.
Mhm.
And go for the one right in front of me right now.
Okay.
And short sword attack. And that's at advantage because Heavy's helping me, correct?
Correct. Your first one's at advantage. Hold on, hold. Natural 20! Roll second attack damage!
It's a lot of dice.
58 total points of damage dealt. As you slide forward and stab the creature through the neck, slicing through, half of its head cleaved off, it topples into the left and falls down dead. As you look at
Second
Costas,
attack.
Costas is Costas, how do you feel right now?
How do I feel?
Yeah.
Upstage.
Yeah.
I have to say, I haven't managed to get a juicy paladin smite. I don't think. Actually, have I ever gotten a juicy paladin smite yet?
Many.
No, but I mean like a
Two.
nat 20, like high
Oh,
level
for crit?
paladin
I think you
smite,
got 2
nat 20.
crits for Paladin Smite. Not upcasting smites, just regular smite.
I've always wanted to do that, so I'm a bit
Mm.
sad.
Save them for the bigger enemies.
So you're sad.
I'm
Displeased.
happy, but at the same time, part of me is just like, oh, I just wanna crit on like a.
The most
I
selfish
would say
paladin I've
cost.
ever known.
He's still young. He's
Well, I'm gonna
insecure.
use my second attack to stab the one in front of Costas now.
Okay. Go for the second attack. Let's see
The
if you
young
kill it.
man out to prove himself.
Natural
on the battlefield.
20 again! Oh my gosh! And you kill it! You kill it! You slice in the neck, you take the other blade, you come in and jab, twisting it, then you kick the body back, both of them dead. Costas, how do you feel right now?
I'm gonna pat Costas on the shoulder and be like, "Good job, kid."
Costas feels a bit demasculated.
Alright. Anything else?
I think I only moved what, like 10 feet,
That was it.
15
Yep.
feet? I don't know.
10 feet. You moved
Yeah.
10 feet.
I'm gonna move this way.
I kind of feel like I wanted you to make another attack roll to see you go for the turkey. You know, I want to see the
Right?
sweeps you could roll to get.
Just hit Costas.
We
Boom.
can't play that. We can't play that luck. We'll come
No.
the next turn.
Costas is already like talking in a slightly higher voice.
10, 15, 20, 30. I'm gonna like swing around to like this side of the room.
Okay.
And then that's 30 feet, and then I will end my turn.
Okay. Ending your turn. This creature is dead. Skip through.
I think you skipped me, buddy.
Oh, I did? That was weird. Okay, Felix, you're up.
I'm gonna pop through, tap Costas in the shoulder. Holy shit! Did you see that thing? Is so fucking deadly, man. Oh, she's like a paladin. And I'll take 2 Eldritch Blast shots at this guy over here.
I hear that, and I'm just like, I take offense to that.
27 connects as you do firing an Eldritch Blast. 2 points of force damage, and another one, 23, is going to connect. And that deals 9 total points as the bolts both land. One into the chest and the next one lopping off the head cleanly. They are both dead, and that is the end of combat.
Oh, hey. Nice shot there, buddy.
Guess I'm like a paladin too.
Yeah, you're damn right. We're all paladins on this blessed day, except for you, Costas. Sorry, bud.
How
doing
was
good.
paladin school really? Did they teach you anything useful?
There's some religious stuff. There was some. I didn't pay attention to the religion class very much, but there's some religious stuff. Then
Are these more windows outside?
writing.
So, they are. As you look on the outside of the tower, again, continuing with the pattern, they're spiralizing and they change in different positions. It seems as though this is a kind of outer interior, and in here you notice that there are furnishing splinters as well as stonework that's going to crush them of small tables. Perhaps this was an area where people would sit, study, play chess, eat food, things like that. Again, it's a very intimate setting and private. A lot of that stuff has been cleared out over time. Slight cobwebs in the space now, showing a lot of wear and tear. The same metal slats fit over the windows, barring them.
I don't think there's anything necessarily of use. Do you want to keep going? Thea, lead the way.
Mm-hmm. And I'm gonna lead the way up the stairs.
Okay. Leading the way up the stairs, I'm going to go ahead and do what I did very eerily similar, which is having you roll stealth, and then I'm going to pull you to scene.
Mm.
So Thea, you're going to be first one here. I bring to the tower with the 28. You can see that the targets around you are actually not paying much attention. They're looking or scavenging through some of the rubble and burnings, smelling the air. There's 4 of them total. At this point, Dirty Joe, I'm going to go ahead and drag your token into space now. as you are going to funnel up the staircase as well with your successful stealth check. Creatures continue to move, snapping their jaws and looking.
I'm gonna look at Joe and kind of be like, take him out.
Yeah, they're not actually all that scary, so yeah, let's just clean them up real quick. Should we attack now or try to get everybody else up here?
Just for everybody else to come up, and then
All right,
I'll start.
peek my head around and be like, all right, y'all, come on. We're going to initiate combat. Let's take them by surprise. Let's go.
All right. This guy, I'm going to insightful fighting.
Okay. So now you're kind of calling it out, right? You're using your insightful fighting. Yeah. Go ahead and make that roll. I'm not going to have that be a combat action at this point because you're really just kind of gauging and understanding them.
It's a 20.
Yeah, it's a 20 because take the minimum. We can also, I'm probably going to just change that as well. But put the charm effect on, showcase you have insightful fighting on that particular one. It's at this point I'm going to be dragging the remainder of the tokens, again, keeping them in a stacked formation here, which is going to be the most relevant. And I will pull you all to scene, and upon doing that, I'm going to have you all roll initiatives.
Man, the things we do for Fort Farron.
It's Yadir. That's what we're doing it for. It's Yadir.
Yadir.
Are you doing it for this for Yadir?
For the thickest of whiskeys.
The thickest of whiskeys. I love it.
I like my same key.
So we're gonna begin combat, but the reason why I want the order is this can become just get everyone on the board, but also it's gonna become relevant cycle through. So with Ala, you can kind of see them both come up, right, and all of that. You can't get up the staircase as of yet, but it gives you an opportunity to, if you want to prep something or do something. If not, just say I want to, right, just cycle through my turn. We can just go ahead and kind of work through.
I'm gonna wait for. Yeah, I'm gonna wait for everyone to come upstairs. I'm gonna just move probably one square to this.
So you're still in the level below.
Okay.
So you're still in the level below. Thea and Dirty Joe are now up the staircase in this level. Technically, you're still down below. The reason why you're on the order is because they're going to initiate combat. Unlike what happened previously, this is more fluid. People are trying to get up the stairs more quickly here. And so that allows you now, knowing that there's enemies in this tower, to be able to react potentially in case something happens. So this is more along the lines of, is there anything you want to like boon yourself with? Or do you want to maybe hold something aimed at the staircase below, right? See if any creatures are coming up. That kind of thing, because we're now going through a little bit of a crawl.
Well, since I know the dimensions of the tower is basically the same on each floor, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna just point up, and I'm going to. I'm gonna walk up right behind Joe, and I'm gonna point up and just kind of slow the same way I did, and just try to catch as many enemies as I can. So.
Okay. They're just kind of like looking up the staircase, and you're just going to throw it up there, right?
Yeah.
Into the space, knowing how the dimensions is going to encompass everything. I like it. Go ahead and just remove it from your spell slot here, and then I'll go ahead and roll the saving throws.
Cool.
All right, they all are going to fail.
Nice.
Ooh.
So they are slowed. And I'll put
it's like one of the best sentences you can hear when you're a spellcaster.
they all fail their saving throw. Yeah, they all fail. They all fail. They all suck. They're horrible. Gosh, what am I doing? I need to roll net 20s for days. My players over here smacking me. I'm just kidding. So I'll put a concentration on you in just a second here. But you can't do any more move. You can't move up the stairs, right? It's being blocked. So you're gonna have to wait for that.
Well, since I moved, that's 10 feet. I mean, well, possibly like 5 feet. I'll move back down the stairs, sidestep my way out, and then I'll send Heavy up, land on Dia's shoulder again, and help out.
Okay. Sounds good. All right, I'm going to go ahead and end your
Larry wouldn't go in front of me.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and end your turn there. Dirty Joe, you are at this level currently. Your bow has been pulled back. You have advantage for surprise based on the condition for your stealth, so you can take your shot with advantage. Hold an alt.
If I move out of the way of the stairwell first, will I still have that advantage? Do I have to take it like right
You will
here?
still have the advantage on stealth. Just know that you can't move away from the area of the staircase. So you might be able to kind of like put yourself up, wrapping around, right? Use the verticality there. You can go onto the staircase, continuing to wrap up, and then fire down, right?
No, I'll just take the shot at this guy right here then.
Okay.
Then I can always move out of the way after that.
Yeah, very true.
Pew.
All right, going in, 28 is going to connect. Give us our Slayer Spray here. Total of 15 points of damage. It kind of looks at your direction now. Slow.
That'll do, pig. That'll do. Fire again.
Another nat 20.
Natural 20! Lucas is so disappointed. Look at Lucas's face. He hates it. He absolutely hates it.
I'm not that disappointed. I'm really happy. I'm just...
All right, 16 points of piercing damage. Center chest, nearby the abdomen.
Yeah. Buck Wilders are flowing through me today. And I'm just kind of cruise out the way here. Get into more of the middle of the room. And get out of the way of everybody else. And that'll be that.
Okay. Costas, you're up next.
Can I charge up the stairs, or is Thea blocking it?
Thea is still blocking.
Can I like maneuver around her?
You cannot. The space, unless you're Felix, you cannot. This is only for one medium-sized humanoid to get up at a time.
In that case, I'm gonna get as far up as I can. Then I'm going to try to help Thea.
Okay. So you're going to put yourself in position of your friend. So you're going to be behind Thea in the order here coming up. And then you are going to help in addition to heavy.
How would they be able to use one and then another one, or would they?
That depends if they have two attacks. You can help with one attack and help the other attack for sure. But
technically, don't I already have advantage for surprise and heavy is helping me?
That is absolutely correct. So we now have triple advantage.
Triple help?
Just pick her up and catapult her towards the enemy.
Can I do that? Can I pick Thea up?
You can make an athletics check. Thea can choose to fail, and you can use the rest of your movement speed to carry her and then fire. Totally fine.
I would like to carry Thea up the stairs.
Take your token where you would like to put Thea.
I'm trying to attack this guy, FYI.
I would like to put her like right out, right. I'm gonna move my token. Right here. That's
you want Thea where you're at right now?
Kind of like outside the stairs, like so past the stairs a little bit, but like so she's out of the way, so people can come up and stuff.
Cycling through.
Pushing me out of the way so that you can like get past.
I'm carrying you out of the way.
So you want like that?
Yes, about that. Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, you get literally carried and then set down. Costs of your action to do so, and unfortunately, it was most of your movement, so you actually cannot move any further.
Okay, that's good. End turn.
All right, Felix, you're up next. Stairwell at this point is unblocked, so you can pass freely upstairs.
Right. I'm not gonna do that. I'm just gonna cast Blast at first level on Costas, Joe, and Thea.
All right.
And then just head back down the steps next to the Thal. Let them fight.
All right. Sounds good.
And end my turn.
Sounds good. All right. We now come to the creature that's insightful, as well as slow. Doesn't actually see you, Thea, because you're still stealth technically. Is now going to move in the direction of Costas, so breaking the melee threshold here, and looks towards Costas. After moving speed halved, it then raises its longsword and then goes in for a swing. 16 is going to be a miss. So it just comes down. You gotta get out of the way of it. It's unable to connect. All right. Yep. Honestly, that should have broke your stealth, but comically, it was funny and gets people upstairs.
Yeah.
So it's totally fine. Whatever. I'm game.
I mean, she doesn't need the stealth. She already has the help action, right?
Yeah, I mean, you're being helped too, getting advantage, stacking. It doesn't really make sense. Anyways, go ahead and make your attack at. Hold on. Oh,
So, because I have multiple advantages and I have multiple attacks.
we'll say both of them get advantage. Why not?
Cool.
We'll help you with the second one. Why not? You're also blessed. I mean, so we're getting all these. We're getting all the die.
You're just the angel of death over here at this moment.
First one.
The living turret.
Hold on, I don't think it took.
You weren't targeting anybody.
Yeah, I untargeted it by accident.
Mm-hmm.
And the sneaky sneaks.
All right, coming 29 is going to hit 11 with a 13. That's a total of 24 total points of damage. As you come across, slicing into the rib cage, and the added pulling outwards is this dusted amount of organs, and this dust just kind of sponges from it. Going for the second strike at advantage.
Second attack.
All right, that's a 29. Jeez, again, the D4, 11 points of piercing damage. Just now you stab into its neck, trying to do what you did similar, but you didn't have enough force really to kind of pull the sword through. And so it just kind of has a gaping hole in its neck.
Yeah, I'm gonna swing around to this side of him. And end my turn.
Slowly, it's kind of like turning at you. Now we come to this next one. This one is slowed. This one is going to look at the direction of Dirty Joe. It's only going to be able to get to here on the slow. Then has to take, I believe, a dash action. There's only one thing it can do here. That's going to be the dash, and that's to get up to you. And that's going to be the end of its turn. This next one is going to move 10 feet, then take an action to shove its hand at you, essentially to touch you. That is going to be a miss. You kind of grab onto the hand. What the fuck? And then you throw the hand away. Ah! And it continues to try to touch you with its hand. Now, Dirty Joe, unfortunately for you, you're going to get a little bit of a flank going on. This one is slowly going to come up to you and is now going to take its long sword with the advantage and come in for a swing. 22 is going to connect. You're kind of distracted away from the hand. Hits you with 11 points of slashing damage across your back. And it gets turned. Othala, you are below there with Felix. You're kind of at the base of the staircase. So you have your choice of kind of coming up here, getting into the fight, or you can always stay downstairs and just kind of peek up, use your spells as you want.
Just to say, they're supposed to make a wisdom save at the end of their turns. I don't know if that still applies.
I'm very aware.
Oh, all right, cool. So yeah, I'll just come back up, see what's going on, look at everybody. Okay. Then I'll cast want to conserve spells. I'm gonna cast my sliver again on this one.
Okay. Throwing off a mind sliver. All right, just gonna prompt me for intelligence saving throw. Wow, it's gonna succeed with a 20. What a beast! Absolutely,
Super intelligent.
Okay. I believe it takes no damage from a success.
Yeah. No damage, nothing happens. Yeah, so I'll just tell Heavy to keep going. He's doing good. Then go downstairs. Yeah, looks like they got it. And then I'll end turn.
All right, ending turn. Dirty Joe, you are up next.
Well, I am just gonna keep on targeting this guy that I have Slayer's Prey on and see if I can't hack his ass to death. Get off of me, you ugly son of a bitch!
All right, 28 is going to hit. So you take your short sword swing across, 10 points of damage. Still alive, just come through the abdomen piercing and then coming with a couple ribs in the center chest.
And second attack. Nobody makes me bleed my own blood!
Oh my.
Natural 20.
20! Wow, we're all gonna get it except for
Nice.
This is a great
Costas.
session. Great.
We
All
are the
right,
lucky
16
ones,
points of
guys.
piercing damage dealt as that creature is defeated. You come across, taking the second strike directly through the head, twisting the blade as you kind of crack into its skull. Its brain is simply dust as it powders through the space and is dead.
Yeah, it's a good day to die for your dumbasses. And, well, I guess I can't really disengage here, so I'll just, turn around, face this guy, and make a nasty face at him, and then turn.
All right, Costas, Morning Light, you are up.
Okay, so I'm gonna take a swing at this one right here without great weapon master. And
Hold down Alt
flanking.
for advantage. You have flanking. Yep. Natural 20! Are you gonna use the smites? Are you gonna use the smites?
Oh man, no, it's such a waste. It's such a waste.
Absolute try
They're
hard.
double smite. They're double smite.
Absolutely. Are you try hard right now, or you just want to see how much damage you can do?
I want to see how much damage I can do. They're double smite.
All right, they're level smite. Smite it up. Get the roll out.
Yeesh.
Oh, that was fun.
I'm not sure why it had 40 damage on it. That's weird.
I lift up my hammer. And
Oh, yeah,
bring
max
it
damage.
Down
Critical.
like a rail gun. Just it comes down.
A rail-
glowing with holy light and obliterates him into pieces, which then become smaller pieces and vaporize into dust.
All right. 78 total damage as you come across, lighting your warhammer with radiant light, doing exactly what you just said to a T. You feel satisfied.
Finally. Now I'm gonna stand behind this one
Okay.
for
Sure.
more flanking.
More flanking. Hold down Alt for the advantage. And let's see if we get another net 20.
Yes, I will be actually using Great Master for this one.
Okay. Imagine if you had that on previously. How much damage?
Oh, that would have been 88 damage.
Oh yeah.
Oh, that was. It did not roll the.
Sometimes it gets sticky. You can roll it again if you want to crit fish.
I'll just. Oh, that hits anyways. Okay. Well.
Yep.
Yeah, I will roll another d20. I'll just roll a flat d20 to crit fit.
Okay. Obviously wants to crit fish. You know it's
Okay.
Costas. Come on. 18 points of bludgeoning damage. You come clubbing in the back of its head, then slowly begins to turn its attention towards you.
Okay, now I'm gonna make another attack as a bonus action since I both killed and crit.
Yes, you did indubitably.
Indubitably. So advantage and go.
It's grass. Roll another d20 if you want to crit fish. Your
Didn't.
choice.
Why it keeps not rolling?
It
Yes,
gets
of course
sticky
we crit
sometimes. It holds onto the keys. So, no worries.
So
Roll another
of
one.
course we're crit fishing. Why not?
Of course.
okay,
Natural
fine.
1. No good. Take the
Yeah.
advantage. 20
That's-
points of bludgeoning damage.
That, and then also I'll throw on just level 1 smite.
All right, level 1 smite coming through.
How many more of those do you get?
Not very many, but this is.
All right. So you come across, hitting the hammer down to the ground, and then coming upwards, you smash into its jaw, breaking off its head and most of its upper torso body.
Enter. That was fun.
All right, ending turn. Felix, you're up next.
So Othello and I are kind of like casually talking as we like throw a couple spells up there, and we're just like taking turns back and forth, you know, putting out a couple spells, and like casually, I'm like, gonna go back to him and like seriously, I don't know why they don't fight like this more often. We're doing great, and just go up the stairs, cast a couple Eldritch Blasts, and then walk back downstairs.
Gotcha. Okay, fire away.
We're so underappreciated. Look how much damage we do.
14. That is going to connect. Fire off your first Eldritch Blast here. It's going to be 6 points of force damage. Coming across to the second one, it's a natural 1. As that happens, I'm going to make a die roll here because you're just quickly popping up your head. Yep, that's what I thought. Dirty Joe, Costas, please make dexterity saving throws. Having so many aura protections on. I love how it's stacking. Oh my gosh, what is happening with this roll? No, this is crazy. It's like duplicating the stack. That's so nuts. Okay, 6, 3, 9 is going to be there. Then we have 5, 4 to the deck save. Okay, so Dirty Joe, you're totally fine. Costas, you are not, however. You got a 2 on the roll with a 1, then a 3, 6. Okay. Felix, go ahead and roll a d10 for me. All right, Costas, you are hit for 3 points of force damage. As Felix comes up, fire 1, hits in the connect. You then go for the second one, and you kind of slip on the stone of the staircase, and then looks in the direction of Costas. Costas takes it into the shoulder, clipping barely into their health.
Costas, don't get in the way like that.
What's up with my... There's even a negative aura protection.
The aura protection. I have it for build a bonus. It definitely does not work. I'll have to switch back to active bonus because I've had so many problems. I've tried to fix it like 10 times. It never works. Thea, you're up. You're next.
I'm gonna go join this party over here. And 2 short sword attacks.
All right, coming in for 2 short sword attacks. 23 is going to be successful. 8 points of piercing damage. Roll sneak. Sneak attack coming through with 12 additional sneak point damage. So you're kind of sliding in, then you come up to the knee, coming for an up jab, pulling outwards. You then go in for your secondary strike. Do you want to know that you are helped currently? So you can crit fish on one of these if you wish, but you're going to hit with both.
I would like to.
If we could crit fish, we would like to, please. Yes, thank you.
I'll do it.
All right. I'm going to take the first damage rolled for this, so 9 is going to be the successful on the second strike. You do 9 additional damage. Coming across, stabbing into the left leg. Kind of cackles and groans. Groans. It's still alive, though.
Okay, yeah. And then I will end my turn right here.
All right, ending turn. We now come to the creature. The creature is now going to roll a die here. Just want to see exactly who this creature is going to attack. It is going to look in the direction of Costas. Bing, bing, bing. Then he's going to go in for a touch. Just wants to touch you, bud. No worries. Natural 20. Costas, you are touched.
In the bad place.
Oh my God. All right. So, as the touch is going to connect, you take 10 points of necrotic damage as it kind of splinters into your soul. Then, looking at your save, it looks like you are successful, regardless of the aura protections. It's going to add it again. Oh my gosh, that's crazy. I'm actually going through the individual rolls, so don't worry. I can see what you're rolling. It's not a big deal. You are going to be successful just barely on the condition that this is being applied to you. It seems as though it's attempting to suck your life force in a similar way that I've just described the other creature to do. However, instead of your life force in terms of your spirit or your soul, it seems to be draining your strength. Perhaps this will have a negative modifier to your strength if successful in their touch. That's going to be the end of the creature's turn. However, you are able to save after going through the modifiers. All good. Othal, you're next.
Just come back up and do it again.
Okay.
Another mind sliver.
All right, throwing off a Mind Silver here. The creature is going to fail with a 7. It's going to take 6 points of psychic damage and is going to get a minus D4 on their next saving throw.
And then I'll go downstairs again. Just sit on a step. Make my forehead turn.
All right, Dirty Joe.
Well, one left. I am going to... first. Damn it, where'd it go? Reapply Slayer's Prey. and then stab that some bitch.
All right. I don't think we're going to need it, and I don't know if it replied, so no worries there. 18 is going to come across. That deals 10 points of piercing damage. Yeah, we don't need a Slayer's Spray. As you stab directly in the back left of its head, holding it out, falls down the knees, and then falls forward. It's unmoving. It's the end of combat.
Yeah, that was fun, y'all.
Oh,
was
I did
I
it.
think I hit Costa's once on that.
We all did our part.
No, it's fine. It's fine. I barely felt it.
You did such a good job, though, Costa.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
man.
I've been hoping to obliterate something like that for a while now.
And we
Yeah, but we're in a tower, you know. There's a lot of rumbling.
Are there any other? Are these all windows here, Michael? Is that
That's correct.
all right? I think upwards if we can.
Real
Everybody
quick,
okay?
I'm gonna
Yeah.
peek out the window and see if I can see anything worth noticing outside. Is there a giant horde massing around the base of the tower?
All right, so Dirty
Yeah.
Joe, you go to the window and you go to peek outside.
I am
Okay.
stealthing up the stairs.
As you look out the window, you then begin to hear an audible clicking sounds. And then the scratching of something on the tower. Looking, you then see what appears to be the same noise coming across the bars of the glass. So it's coming across some of the actual metal etching of the window, not the slats that bar the window on your side, but the actual other side of the window, kind of like nails across the glass.
I quickly pull my head back. Guys, that creepy invisible bat thing. It's back, or maybe it's got a distant relation or a cousin or an uncle or something. But there's more of them things.
Oh,
I heard it.
All right, but as long as they're out there, we're okay.
Well,
Just stay away from the windows, okay?
I don't know about okay, but yeah, we'll have to keep our. Well, Othala, you'll have to keep your eye peeled for that thing.
I don't think I can see invisible creatures today.
It's okay.
Fair
Just
enough.
keep going.
Okay, keep going.
I'm stealthing up the stairs.
All right.
It's
Rinse
good to
and
know,
repeat.
Joe, but it's not a threat right now.
Well, I don't know. Maybe there's a balcony upstairs or something. Just. Ugh.
Oh yeah, yeah. That's a good point. We should just go home then.
Why don't we
Would
maybe get some
If
rest
I
in one of these?
could.
Maybe get like a
Can I
nap or
see what's upstairs first?
Go ahead and make a
We
stealth check.
gotta at least make it to the top.
We are not. We cannot rest here. We are finishing this job.
10-13.
So you and Dirty Joe are pulled to see. You see one little, meager, undead creature shuffling through the rubble. By your counts, that's a total of 8.
Yeah, I would like to murder this one also.
Okay, that sounds good. Go ahead and make attack rolls on it, both of you.
All right.
At advantage.
I would like to. I don't think I can get around to him. Can I?
It doesn't seem to notice you with your stealth checks of 23 and 22. It's shuffling through the rubble.
No, I'm judging based on movement because I don't know if I want a short sword or short bow.
You gotta decide.
I think I can get right next to him, like I can get here
Okay.
if I walk around.
Sure.
All right. So then, yeah,
Hold on.
2 short sword attacks at advantage.
Sure, why not? Let's do both. David's loving this. Oh, I mean, honestly, I should have you just walk through this with this one here. Okay, roll sneak attack. All right, make your next one. All right, 25 hits. 7 points. So as you come across, stabbing, sees the creature, takes the arrow on the back, looks towards you, slicing the neck, and take the other one, slicing the head off. Creature is dead. The rest of you begin to walk up the staircase. I'll activate the scene.
Taking second guessing Joe's word, taking into consideration, I'm gonna waste the second level spell slot and cast the invisibility again.
Okay. Let's see invisibility detection mode 16 feet for you. So now that we come to the 5th floor of the tower, lighting from above begins to entrace downwards. The same purplish energy, the blue that it kind of explodes from the top of the tower. You now see that coming down in light to this part. You also are now hearing the faint sound of a hum. And as that hum ceases, then a pulse. As if a wave of energy shoots outwards. You look through the gaps of the window. You can see the light shooting outwards.
Should we go up and take a look?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Those of you that are injured, I think, top off real quick. I'm gonna take out a potion of healing and heal myself real quick.
How many do I have? I'm gonna use 2.
So many things are happening. Chucking them away.
I don't know where I rolled twice. It's weird.
All right. So 6 points to you, Othala, for the heal.
No, I was trying to roll 2. All right.
You're trying to roll 2?
Yeah, I was trying to get back to full.
6 more, so 12.
Yeah.
Dirty Joe is 8.
I already applied mine.
Fantastic. Looks like everyone. Felix, you good? Casas?
Yeah, I applied mine.
Okay. Training wheels are off now. I don't need to do anything. My little cherubs have grown up.
Those little
it's
annoying
so
things like
it's so beautiful.
Oh, we need our lower post.
it's like it almost gets you all the way there. It takes it out of your inventory. It rolls the you, but it doesn't update your health bar. You got to do that yourself.
Well, you could do. MIDI does allow me to automatically do it, but automatically setting damage and stuff, players they get mad. Things when they don't work right, they really don't work right at that point. So
yes, I drank a health potion and now I have negative 20 health.
yeah, exactly.
So, buddy, I think that was poison.
Exactly. So as you chug your health potions and stuff away, maintaining that silence, all of you actually have really been quite silent as you're coming up. You're not really yelling at each other. There's not a whole lot of verbal exchanges. You've definitely been systematic going up through these levels. And you are now at the level below the top, closest to the source of this hum, of this pulsation of the light. And you all prepare yourselves for what lies ahead.
Yeah, same thing as before. Stealth up, sneak up, and see what we can see.
That's the plan.
Joe, do you have any more uses of your spell to say pass without trace?
Good. You think it's worth doing it? I mean, you can always just poke her head up real quick. Maybe she just goes and pokes her head up, lets know what she sees, and we can always figure it out after that.
All right. Getting us in there well positioned would be ideal if we can. I don't know what's in there, so.
Thea, you mind checking it out for us real quick? We can only fit one person up there at a time anyway.
Yeah, I'll be right back.
Thanks.
Please make a stealth check. As you come to the top floor of the tower, peeking your head up around the staircase, you're being as stealthy as you possibly can, the lighting of space prominent. You can see that the top of the tower here is quite marred, right? It's flat and slightly domed, but it's seen much destruction. The pillar at the center supporting this tower is also crushed at the top, seemingly that this could cave in at any moment. Somehow it doesn't. This top floor has been particularly cleared of furnishings and debris, the windows barred again. As you continue to wrap around, there are two figures. Blackish green plated armor. Black and hollowed out helmets with black capes that flow downwards. They have no visible skin. The articles of clothing and armor all seem as one. They hold swords, long swords, currently two-handed, with their heads and helmets pointed down to the blades, completely unmoving, frozen. They stand by two small pillars of the same material as the central, this whiter, kind of lighter granite with this purple vein. Chains, shackled, wrapping around them, anchored through metal locks, extend to a figure surrounded by crystals. Spikes of these black crystals explode from the stone floor upon that platform. They are slightly aglow. This humanoid is monstrous. A dark and gray-skinned elf, chained and held in place, not only by the chains, but of that of the black crystal, as if the crystal grew around them. They have glowing white and black eyes. The skin is stitched together at random places. The left ear is missing. The right ear is sloped. They wear an odd piece of black and blue leather scraps that fit into a sort of dress, as if someone had made it to celebrate, as if a wedding gown of some kind. This draws your attention to the detail that's been placed upon it. The entire lower half of their body is missing. Through the scraps, you can see the rib cage is exposed, and the heart is visible. It does not appear to be beating nor bleeding. No breath goes in and out. As you stare, waiting for something to change, as they've caught you in the act of perceiving, the heart then beats. And as it beats, that pulsation explodes outwards, feeling the crystals and then shooting outwards into space outside of the tower, exploding. The hum moves the very molecules of water in the air. And then the breath takes in for a brief moment, and then lets go. And then the body is once more lifeless. Shuffle down to your party below.
I think I found her.
And was she just hanging out having a smoke?
I'm going to relay what I saw.
Right. Are they having an orgy?
Undead was never my type.
Well, if that's the case, it's still the same plan. We remove Kalima. We stop this source. But what I feel like is necessarily think we're fighting Kalima. I think Grugash or Arsavis will know what will happen here, and they'll come to us.
Are you ready for that if that happens?
Are we in the condition where we can fight Grugash or Orsus?
I don't think you
Well,
are.
We're in this.
yeah, there's a horde out
There, it's either take this down now or we're gonna die here.
Yeah, we were ready the moment we stepped into the marshes.
Okay.
How much
So
mojo y'all got? I mean, I'm still. We can stealth up, try to get the drop on them one more time, maybe hack them down. But after that, Lathala, Felix, how y'all feeling?
I'm okay. I'm gonna save some of my bigger stuff until I know what the real threat is. But I'm probably gonna buff you guys the same way I just did, make you a little bit more accurate. But be smart. Um, whatever's up there is likely not going to be as easy as what we just faced. So, be smart, work together, stay together, act. We can't afford anybody to not be in this fight.
Yeah. All right. Let's sneak up.
Also, I just want to say one last thing is we're doing so much better than the last dungeon we were in, guys. Like it's really impressive. Like last one, I thought you guys all sucked, and this is great. I see why you guys are who you are. This is more like it.
You want to do a go team?
No, shut up.
No.
Okay.
Costas looks super sad.
Can we establish that our main goal currently is Kalima?
It is, but there's likely. You said there's other things up there, so they might be threats too. So remember, the more we turn the numbers in our favor, the easier the fight will be. So
Yeah.
So basically, when
get
we
that.
sneak up there, what's our primary target? Do we try to just sink everything we got into Kalima's head? Maybe that'll take care of whatever the hell this whole power emanation thing is, or do we try to take out them creepy hooded guys first?
It seems that when her heart beats is when the
So
pulse
just
goes
aim
out.
for the heart.
Yeah, we hit the heart.
Yeah.
I think definitely that is the main goal, but we can't get so focused on that. I think maybe if Casas engages with Kalima to keep them engaged, and then we take out the other things there, then we can all turn and focus fire on Kalima. Does that make sense? Like Colossus, sorry, Colossus keeps them, as engaged as possible, and then we weed out those other guards, and then we all turn on to Kalima.
Well, can Kalima even move right now? Like, is she even a threat?
Crystal.
She said half of
So
her
we don't
body's
know.
gone.
I mean, if we get up there and she's like chilling, then Casas join back us. Take out whatever threats we see, but don't get tunnel vision. Is all I'm saying.
All right.
All right.
Okay.
Okay.
Let's do it, guys.
And we can communicate with each other, right? So as fight is going, it might need to evolve our tactics. So make sure you guys are communicating.
Sounds good, Felix.
Okay. So with the plan set in motion, with you all coming to consensus as a party, as the Wayward Ones, we're going to go ahead and end the session when we get into the fight that will consume our time. So, I'm going to calculate some experience for you all based on your sequence of getting here, stealthing and being smart using these tactics and these other things. So ingenious. Felix, inspiration point awarded to you. Use of a major image to track the undead, as well as that continued a minor illusion that you were doing. It really was effective against these mindless creatures. In addition, I want to congratulate you all because there was massive criticals going off there. I mean, we were just literally doing damage. It was so ridiculous. The amount of damage they were doing, which is awesome. It's awesome.
Great.
And just know that you are again rewarded, not only because you didn't kill all these creatures doesn't mean you're not rewarded in some fashion for stealthing and getting to this point. So. Bravo. All right. Give me a moment. I'll go ahead and calculate it all out.
Man, tier. It's the last session of the year.
It's true.
What a banger to go out on, huh? Though.
Yeah.
Right?
Awesome. That was like 7 or 8 crits. You got. Hey, the strategy was on fire tonight. I love it, man. It was good. Great session.
I got to vaporize something. Oh, I'm sorry. I really, man.
I did that to 2 things.
Fair point.
I mean, comparatively, this is one of our easier crawls.
Yeah.
I mean, we were able to get away with just kind of sneaking around stuff.
Mhm.
I am kind of worried though we might just not have enough spells or something for the last fight.
We'll be fine.
We'll
We
be
punch
alright.
above
But
our
you
weight
can't
every
rest
time.
here. How
Yeah,
you
we'll
gonna
cross
tell
that
me?
bridge when we come to it.
No one
I
has
mean-
cat.
We don't. Here's the thing. We don't know that they're gonna come for us. Like like we close the doors. Maybe they don't know.
They don't know
Like,
that they're not.
like they seem pretty dumb. Maybe we can get a few hours before someone that's actually smart shows up.
The bat wasn't
We know that
dumb.
those big
Does
things,
that have hands?
the
It
big
knows
thing-
we're in here.
the big things cannot climb the stairs to get up here at least.
Oh yeah,
We
yeah.
know that. They're too big to get up the stairs.
Like I'm just saying. I think we might be able. Like it's. I don't know if it's a good idea, but I don't know if it's impossible for us to just like board up one of the like stairwells and just like take a quick nap.
I don't think that's gonna happen.
3,000.
All right, so you have 3,261 experience each, but you had 53,254 experience total. Like I said, just because you didn't kill the creatures doesn't mean you're not rewarded in some fashion for the efforts of getting to this place and doing this. This is, I mean, you are in the heart. Honestly, I'm very surprised if you attempted to backtrack at this point. I think a lot of you as characters would be able to understand that this is now or never, right? We can't. There's not really a way to backtrack in the dead of night. Getting back through what we just went through, right? That'd be nuts. So you're definitely in it. Again, fantastic job. Experience points is well worth it for you all. So very well rewarded there. Any questions you all have?
Are we gonna die next year?
Specifically, because that will be next session.
No, I don't think any of your characters are going to die. I think you'll all be okay.
Man, if we come back from a 2-week break, then hop straight into TPK, that'd be.
Yeah.
I mean, just for style, that'd be kind of cool.
At least it's a story for Reddit.
Okay. Well, I'm going to close out the stream. So if you're watching, thanks so much. We really appreciate it. Happy holidays, no matter what you celebrate. This group will be taking off the next week, so we won't be here to play. So, but definitely stay tuned for when we play next and see what happens here at the top of Siltoric Tower, what the Wayward ones will face. So, again, appreciate it. Thank you, and we will see you later. So, bye.
Wayward ones!
Bye.